and on affidavit, Mr. Agrizzi on the 8th of April 2019 retracted the allegation and apologized. A further affidavit was filed by Ms. Sishuba, which noted the apology, but raised the issue that the apology appeared to be somewhat qualified and proffered the wording of a different apology. There was a further response filed by Mr. Agrizzi on the 2nd of August, which confirmed the contents of his previous affidavit, and he stated, quote, "I take full responsibility for the error that occurred," unquote. The application by Ms. Sishuba came before you on the 3rd, came before you later in 2019 during August, and on the 3rd of September 2019, you, Chair, made a ruling saying that Ms. Sishuba's application was justified, but that no order was necessary to be made, and you noted that Mr. Agrizzi would apologize on record in an open hearing. If I may just quote from your ruling, Chair, you stated on the 3rd of September at page 44 of SEQ4, "I think it is enough that Mr. Agrizzi has said, 1, he made an error by suggesting that Ms. Sishuba had received bribes from Bosasa. 2, he said he takes full responsibility for that. 3, he said he apologizes to Ms. Sishuba for that. 4, he said he will repeat all of this when he comes before the Commission next time. In those circumstances, you said, Chair, it was unnecessary for you to make any positive order. Arising out of that background, Chair, Mr. Agrizzi is now here to place on record his apology. Mr. Agrizzi?
Chair, good morning again.
I'm sorry, perhaps you should be sworn so that
yes,
the apology is on oath.
Sworn first. Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Angelo Agrizzi.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Agrizzi, I understand you have prepared an apology and are ready to place it on record.
Yes.
Would you do so, please?
Chair and Mrs. Sishuba and your council, I'm truly sorry. It was, as soon as it was brought to my attention right in the beginning that there was a confusion and I confused the names, I already apologized. So there was it wasn't malice intended. I think it was rough, it was confusing and everything happening. So I'm really sorry. And I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that I understand that it's done harm and damage. And as I apologized to Mrs. Sishuba this morning, I said to her sorry, and she accepted it. So I thank you for accepting my apology. I really do. I made an error, pure error, and I'm sorry. And I understand. It's damaging to people, and I'm sorry. I really am.
Thank you. I think that we are therefore done. Mr. Agrizzi has once again apologized to Ms. Sishuba, has said that that was an error, and I think that's where it should end. Thank you. Are you ready that we release Mr. Agrizzi?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Agrizzi. You are released. Thank you very much.
Chief Justice.
Thank you. I will adjourn for 5 minutes to allow for rearrangements so that we can proceed with the evidence for the day. Okay, we adjourn. apply.
As you please.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairperson, yesterday, or I think it was on Wednesday, I indicated that 2 people had not been served because they were in Zimbabwe.
Yes, I hear.
In
I hear,
regard
but
to the Prasa matter.
you'll have to raise your voice again.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. On Wednesday, I indicated that 2 people had not been served because they were in Zimbabwe. It is the ideal opportunity to point out that they are referred to in paragraphs 47.2 and 47.3. 47.2 of Mr. Molefe's affidavit, Chair, which is SS6, refers to a Mr. Mashlangu, who was the General Secretary of Satawu, and a company known as Bashumi. They were the 2 persons who were not served because they are in Zimbabwe, and we could not find addresses for them. But I thought I'd just complete the picture.
Yes.
Because they are specifically mentioned in the last part of the evidence Mr. Molefe gave.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Now, Mr. Molefe, yesterday you were pointing out, when we ended, you were sketching the background against which Mr. Montana left Prasa. And you were saying there were various incidents of support for him and strikes and so on. You recall that?
I recall, Chairperson.
And one of the questions that you reflect on in your affidavit, Mr. Molefe, is how is it that, given all of these disruptions at Prasa, given all the scandal that racked Prasa, Mr. Montana survived? That's a matter you address in your affidavit. Will you outline to the chairperson what your view is as to how that came about?
Chairperson, I would like to place on record a minor correction regarding the point that was raised by counsel in respect of individuals or persons
Yes.
who could not be served with notices. I need to clarify the second part of it. Bashumi is actually not a person unless we're talking about juristic person. It was a company that was established by Mr. Matlangu and his colleagues at Satau, an investment company.
Yes. I took it that Mr. Soni was using persons to include a juristic person, but that's maybe because when I read the affidavit, I understood it to be a reference to a company. But of course, it may be that the point you make is that that company is registered in South Africa.
In South Africa.
Yes.
Chairperson, as I understand it, and the reason it could not be served is the Mr. Mashlangu is the sort of creator of the company, and the company could only be served through him. And you'll recall, Mr. Chairman, on Wednesday, I said it was a person and a company. And that's the association between Bashumi and Mr. Mashlangu.
But if it's registered in South Africa, it ought to have a registered address in South Africa.
That's what couldn't be found, Mr. Chairman.
Or that could not be found. And was a check made, or was there somebody who checked in the relevant company offices, registers, and found out, because as long as it is registered in South Africa, it should have a registered office. And
Yes.
that registered office would need to have a physical address.
Yes. Chairperson, that was done by the section, but can I get clarity on that? And when we do get clarity, we'll place it on record.
Yes. So that needs to be checked, because there might be nobody there at the registered office, but as long as it remains the registered office of the company, then you can even serve. There are various ways of service.
Yes.
Even if there is nobody, you can serve.
Yes.
And if the owners of the company have decided not to make any arrangements as to how they receive correspondence and court processes that are sought to be served, then that may be their own problem.
Yes.
But we would need to be seen to have served at the registered office. And that would serve if Mr. Mahlangu is, for example, the managing director, he could be served on the same address, I would think.
Yes. I will attend to that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mlefe, for bringing that clarification up. That, of course, raises the question of what do you do if indeed the one person, juristic person, is registered in South Africa and has an address in South Africa, but no attempt has been made to serve on that address.
I can say to you from what I have received from the administrative section of the Commission, Chairperson, that an attempt was in fact made. And what is recorded here is there are no contact details either for Mr. Mahlangu or Bashumi.
Yes, but the question is, was there an attempt made to serve on the registered address?
Yes. Chairperson, may I suggest the following process, Chairperson, that we make those inquiries as soon as we can, and if there are contact details, then we effect service now and just extend the period for the 3.3, the rights contained in 3.3. To apply from the time service has been effected.
Well, I don't particularly remember how serious the allegations are that relate to Mr. Mahlangu and Bushumi. But it's important that, if at all possible, all reasonable measures be taken to ensure that service is effected.
Yes.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that the Rule 33 notice has to be given to a person if there's nobody, and reasonable attempts have been made to get somebody, but at least those attempts should be made, and then somebody should, if it's not a return of service from a sheriff, then somebody who made those attempts needs to depose to an affidavit setting out what attempts were made. The one option, of course, is that because those attempts are yet to be made to serve on the registered address of the company, which could be used for Mr. Mahlangu as well. One option is that Mr. Molefe's evidence would skip the part relating to Mr. Mahlangu and Bushumi until that has been done. It would just be, would have to apologize to Mr. Molefe that he would have to come back for what might not take long, but because it's necessary that attempts that were not made should be made. So that's, I think that probably is a safer route. Yes. Mr. Molefe, how do you feel about having to come back to deal with that later after these attempts have been made?
I am happy with the guidance that I will have from the chair and council.
Thank you very much.
As you please, Chair. Mr. Molefe, I just want to return to the issue you reflect on in your affidavit, namely, how is it that Mr. Montana, with all the scandal surrounding him and PRASA, would survive from 2008 to 2015?
Chairperson, I indicate in my affidavit that I found it quite intriguing that despite the findings by the High Court in this land and the Public Protector in her report about corrupt activities of Mr. Montana, he continued to go around with nobody really taking up those matters. The first point I make in an attempt to look at what might be the cause of that and the relationships between Mr. Montana and certain political offices is that during 1990s, late 1990s and early 2000, Mr. Montana and a gentleman whose name features prominently throughout, and in particular in the Sifombo contract, Siaya relating to the Braamfontein Depot, and several other services provided to PRASA, worked for the Department of Public Enterprise under Minister Jeff Radebe. Mr. Montana was the director in the office of the Minister Radebe. And Mr. McKenza was a director in the same department, different division, but reporting to the Department of Public Enterprise. The second point I make is that when Minister Radebe in 2004 was appointed Minister of Transport, Mr. Montana followed him, and when he got there, I think he ended up at the high position of Deputy Director General, which is a big jump from what he was at Public Enterprises. Around that period when Minister Radebe was the Minister of Transport, the government initiated an ambitious program of taxi recapitalization with a view to improving taxi services in South Africa, giving them vehicles which ostensibly were to assist in minimizing breakdowns and accidents that affected the passengers. When this program...
I must just confess that I never quite understood that, that program, but it's okay. I'm saying I must just confess that I never quite understood that program of recapitalization of taxis or whatever, but it's fine. Maybe I just never got somebody who could explain it properly.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
But I must just ask Mr. Molefe, from here, do you hear me well? Because I did pick up yesterday.
I do.
You do,
Chairperson.
okay. Yesterday at some stage, I wasn't sure whether you could hear me well.
There was a time when one question I couldn't hear.
Okay.
Except after it had been repeated. Well, it might also have been my mind being elsewhere at the time. I can't blame it on the Chairperson.
Okay, all right. You were continuing, and I interrupted you. You were saying there was this big program that of taxi recapitalization that the Department of Transport came up with.
When the taxi recapitalization program began, two things happened. Mr. Montana was given the responsibility to own that process. It means to be the one who directs the taxi recapitalization program. The second thing that happened was that Mr. Mabunda Makensa decided to go into the private sector. He became a private, business person. Mm. And what happens is that he then becomes one of those, perhaps even the key one, who gets a tender, ostensibly to provide transactional advisory services with regard to that taxi recapitalization program. The third point we make, which I make, I keep saying we, like one of the witnesses previously. The third point I make is that a few months later, and as a result of the South African Railways Commuter Corporation, which was an offspring of what used to be a big organization that included Transnet and others, including South African Airways at the time. Now it had been created as a new organization. Minister Radebe then appointed, that organization changed its name to what is currently known as PRASA. That's SARCC, became PRASA. Then Minister Radebe appointed Mr. Montana. Firstly, he put him on the board whilst he was still in his office. Later, he appointed him the group CEO of that organization. Now we're looking at two individuals, Mabunda and Montana. When Mr. Montana moves to SARCC and what is now known as PRASA, Mr. Mabunda emerges again as a very important service provider to PRASA. He provided a whole range of what they called transactional advisory services. He was advising on the major signaling rollout program, which I referred to earlier on in my evidence as one that had to do with the establishment of the nerve center in Gulffontein by Siemens, and the rollout in KwaZulu-Natal under the auspices of Bombardier Transport Signaling Division. The third one was Thales Africa with their black partners in the Western Cape. So Mr. Mabunda then was brought in to be the transactional advisor to all these important projects.
Sorry, Mr. Molefe, and I know you want, I just want to work out.
Raise your voice, Mr. Soni, please.
Sorry, Chairperson. What were Mr. Mabunda's qualifications to be given these massive contracts?
Chairperson, I wouldn't want to speculate about that. I don't know.
Don't know. Yes.
But when we did other investigations, say, for example, with regard to Swifambo and so on, he didn't appear to know much or anything about leasing of locomotives or manufacturing or so on. But I may say that, by the way, in the evidence that emerged as a result of the investigations conducted on Swifambo, it appeared that he had bought a company, a micro-lending company, which micro-lending company was then transformed into Swifambo. I have no evidence of any other qualifications that he would have had to justify him being given all these contracts, save that he had worked in this very important office that had these big programs to roll out.
Just on that score, you say that he also headed CIR Engineering Consultancy.
Yes, he did so, Chairperson.
Do you know if he had any engineering qualifications?
I have not personally established whether he had engineering qualifications. That notwithstanding, of course, he maybe he did have, but he got all these important programs with critical engineering requirements.
And you know that the evidence will be that CIR, the CIR companies, earned more than R1 billion from PROSA, or were paid more than R1 billion from PROSA. I'm just placing that on record.
Well, at this stage, I wouldn't say I know that evidence would be led in that regard, because I haven't seen anybody's statement saying that. My statement does say he was paid approximately, CIA was paid approximately 900 million.
Yes.
Sorry,
carry on.
No.
Now, you also mentioned Mr. Daniel Mtimkulu in paragraph 51 of your affidavit. What role did he play in the formulation of these policies or the award of these contracts?
Mr. Daniel Mtimkulu, as somebody designated chief engineer at the time at PRASA, although evidence later demonstrated that he had nothing that would have brought him anywhere near being called chief engineer, was responsible for most of these programs. He worked very closely with Mr. Mackenzie. He is the kind of a person who would have made submissions to the group CEO on approvals of a range of these projects. I'll be guided by counsel. I can go on and deal with others where he's got a role, because now
Yes.
I don't know how far to go. But
Yes.
maybe I should leave that for when we come to some of those points.
We will, and we will deal with what the Supreme Court of Appeal especially said about Mr. Mtimkulu. So I want to return to that because it is something that is important for the Commission, for one, but also something that has to be set out in public.
Maybe what might not be a bad idea, Mr. Molefe, is that you make a note of some of the issues that you believe are important, and at the end of Mr. Soni's questions, if I can give you a chance, if there are other matters that you believe are important that you should tell me, then you can deal with those if you believe that they are important. Yeah.
I'm happy to do so.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Now, thereafter, just coming to Mr. Mtimkulu, you in fact refer to the judgments of the High Court of the High Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal in the Swafambo matter and the comments they made about Mtimkulu. You say that at paragraph 55 of your affidavit.
I do, Chairperson.
Now, can we then deal with the Swafambo matter? And Mr. Molefe, your affidavit refers to the judgment mainly of the Supreme Court of Appeal, and we will refer specifically to certain paragraphs of the judgment. But before we do that, can you tell the chairperson what the Swafambo contract entailed?
Chairperson, the Swafambo contract entailed initially it was intended to be, and that is what was articulated in the RFP, the leasing of locomotives, which would be used for what was called the mainline passenger services, but also used in routes in the metro areas where, of course, there were a lot of failures of old locomotives, which we said were not recapitalized for 40 years. So that was supposed to be. But of course, in the course of the process of procurement, I suppose something that typifies how procurement processes were manipulated. Suddenly, Swafambo was allowed to offer a proposal on the manufacturing of locomotives, which was not part of the RFP right at the beginning. So the process went on. There were specifications of what would be needed by PRASA, because PRASA was going to operate on the rail tracks and signaling systems that had been designed at the time when Transnet was still that big organization with everyone inside. And what was to be leased or procured needed to comply with the rail safety regulators' requirements. So they would have had to be approved by the rail safety regulator. But they also needed to comply with the rail network of Transnet.
Now, you have intimate knowledge of the Swifambo matter because you made the affidavits in support of PRASA's application to review and set aside those awards. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Now, just again as a general proposition, without going into details, what were the points that you took, when I say you, I'm talking about PRASA, took in asking the court to review and set aside the award of the contract to Swifambo?
The investigation, Chairperson, that we conducted demonstrated conclusively that that procurement process was flawed, was corrupt, or let me say corrupted, that Swifambo itself, notwithstanding the fact that it did not meet the requirement set out in the RFP, this being amongst others, the need for them to have a track record in rail business, either be leasing or manufacturing. They needed a track record. Secondly, they needed to demonstrate that they had the skills necessary to carry out a program of that size and as complex as it was. The third point was that they needed to have, and I think it would be an element that includes that capacity, sufficient qualified people to carry out the program. Fourthly, it was a requirement that a bond deposit of 10% of the value of the contract be paid up front. They also needed to demonstrate that they would be able to implement the local content requirement, which is often included in the triple PFA. Now, in respect of all of those matters, Swifambo did not qualify. I needed to have said also earlier on when I said that there was a need to comply with the rail safety network, the rail systems network in South Africa, that in fact, initially, what should have been procured by PRASA would have been in the context of Europe and Spain, would have been Euro 3000. And Euro 3000 is a model of a locomotive that would have complied with in all respect with the requirement of South Africa, including Israel, narrow gauge, the height of the electric pylons, the pantograph on top of the locomotives, and so on. But in the end, what was procured was what was known as Euro 4000. It was so because the company, Vosloo, which at this stage was not bidding to supply these locomotives, was also advising PRASA on what it needed. And that company in Europe, in Spain and Barcelona, had already discontinued the production line for Euro 3000, and they started the production line for Euro 4000. It would appear that they did so because there was no longer traction for that product where they were selling their locomotives. So they then influenced PRASA to buy what more or less was from the shelf, no longer according to the specifications set in the RFP. And interestingly enough, I don't want to go into the details of what happened in court, but the evidence that emerged also was that, in fact, the company that became the subcontractor of Sifambo, but only after the contract was concluded with Sifambo, which had nothing, no capacity to provide locomotives, in their own report indicated that in fact they were in trouble. So PRASA's contract was the biggest ever and a lifesaver for Vosloo. I do need to say that I was asked about Mr. Daniel Mtimkulu earlier on. Daniel Mtimkulu was pretty central to the design of the specifications. He had interacted very closely with Vosloo. He was the one invited by Vosloo to persuade the company PRASA to go along with Euro 4000, which later was baptized in South Africa to Afro 4000.
That's the background, and that's what you had set out in your affidavit in support of the review application. Would I be correct?
That is so. I need to hasten to say, Council, that Chairperson, that I had no occasion to refresh my memory, but by reading the affidavits, if there are minor differences, really, I don't think there'd be material. I think what I've presented is the essence of the message.
And I think what you have presented seems to be very much in line with the judgments that were given.
So can I then say the first issue that I want to deal with is what was the outcome when the matter went to the Gauteng local division in Johannesburg, the outcome of the review application?
Chairperson, when the matter went to the Gauteng High Court, our application, firstly, let me say, was to have the contract declared irregular and to have it set aside as being unlawful. That is what the court granted. It declared in a very scathing judgment that contract was corrupted from the beginning. It was irregular, it was unlawful, and fell to be set aside.
Okay. We'll deal with the bases on which that was done. The matter then went to the SCA.
There is just one point I need to make. I hope Council does not get irritated with me.
No.
Because I don't know if we're going to get the opportunity to get to it.
Yes.
We come down showing the relationship between Mr. Montana and Mabunda. We didn't deal more with his relationship with Mtimkulu, but it was there because he appointed him this chief engineer and he was reporting to him.
Yes.
In that case before the High Court of Gauteng, Mr. Montana applied to become the friend of the court, but basically saying that there is evidence that PRASA should be placing before the court. It is not. One would have expected that you would say to PRASA, I worked in this company, there are these other matters that you seem to have left out. He did not. But what emerged in that his application was that fundamentally he wanted to defend the Sifambo contract.
Oh, okay.
So can I then, just on that point, Mr. Molefe, ask you to look at the judgments bundle, please?
Just tell him what's written on the spine.
Is that the... should be my statement.
Also for the record, just say what is written on the spine of the bundle.
There's court applications, yeah.
Mr. Chairperson, it will be SS3, SS2 judgments. It will be Bundle A, SS2 judgments for you, Mr. Chairperson.
So it's bundle A.
Bundle A and SS2.
And the judgment is?
It's the first
SS2.
Judgment in that.
Okay. So that's what page of the bundle is it?
Page 3, Mr. Chairperson.
Well, I think
Page
on mine,
3 of the record, of that bundle.
are your numbers not sequential here? Oh, they are not. Okay. It's page 1 of the judgment. That is the judgment of Judge Francis.
And then it'll be the second page of that
It's
judgment.
supposed to be, I think that's just confusing. But are you able to find it under SS2, Mr. Molefe? You have found it?
I have found it.
Yeah, okay.
And for the record, Mr. Chairperson, this would appear at SS2, page 3. Could you read paragraph 3 of what Judge Francis said into the record, Mr. Molefe?
Are we on page 3?
What paragraph number, Mr. Soni? Do you want him
Page
to
2
read?
of the judgment, but page 3 of the bundle of SS3. Sorry, SS2.
No, I think tell him the paragraph number of the judgment that you want him to
Yes.
read.
Paragraph 3, Mr. Molefe.
Yeah,
I
I
have
think
it in front.
you may have said page 3.
That is what confused me.
Okay.
Initially, we said page 3. That was.
Yeah, I think he
I
said
couldn't
page
see
3.
Paragraph
Okay,
3 or
paragraph
page
3. You want him to read that part, that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay.
The paragraph reads as follows, Chairperson. At the commencement of the proceedings, I had an application brought by Lucky Montana, in brackets Montana, who used to be the Group Chief Executive Officer, in bracket GCEO, close brackets of PRASA, to be admitted as a friend of the court. That application was dismissed with cost, and reasons were provided in a separate judgment.
So that is the point you
The
wanted to
point
make.
I made earlier.
Mr. Chairperson, that judgment is available, the application papers are available, but we would make them available and have them as part of the record if you wish. But having considered them as a whole, we
There's
don't
nothing
think it adds to what we
anything.
are concerned with. Mr.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Then, Mr. Molefe, can I ask you to look at the second judgment there, which appears at page 63 of SS2?
Assuming that the dividers have the same colors, it's under 2 of the green dividers for me.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Soni,
But you don't have 60. What is this page?
in this bundle, the pagination is still not how it should be. For everything that's in the same bundle, there should be a complete pagination from page 1 up to the end, so that when you say bundle A, you just say page so and so, without having to look at the page number of the particular document. So maybe at some stage that can be sorted out, and for all others to follow.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you there, Mr. Molefe? Have you located the judgment?
That's the judgment of the Supreme Court of
It
Appeal.
would seem in the document it is recorded as page 64. I have.
Yes. You see, it
found
says Supreme Court of Appeal judgment.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, I want to refer you to some of the paragraphs of the judgment. And can I start with paragraph 4 of that judgment?
Of course, Mr. Soni, Mr. Molefe can just make the important points without reading, unless there is something significant in a particular paragraph, then it should be read.
Now, you were making the point that it was Mr. Mthimkhulu who drafted the specs for this. What does the SCA say in that paragraph regarding the role of Mr. Mthimkhulu?
The SCA chairperson, and I'm paraphrasing, following what the chairperson has said, held that, noted that Mr. Mthimkhulu, as I said, was the one who drafted the memorandum and made submission. And he recommended that PRASA procures, at that time, 100 locomotives at the cost of 5 billion rand, and correctly stating that because the fleet that PRASA had was outdated.
Yes, and then if you turn to paragraph 7,
I can say, Mr. Soni, also that because this is a judgment as opposed to any other document, it's quite fine to just highlight, even if you highlight, to say, in this paragraph, this is the conclusion reached by the Supreme Court of Appeal. In that paragraph, just highlight the conclusions. And then if Mr. Molefe wishes to add any perspective in regard to any conclusion of the court, then he can do so.
Mr. Chairperson, in the sense, Mr. Molefe's affidavit itself does exactly that, and maybe it would be better just to deal with the, because he actually sets out which paragraph he's speaking to.
Yes.
And perhaps I should just leave him on his affidavit.
If he has captured, and I think he has in his affidavit, we don't need to go to the judgment unless there is a paragraph where there is something special about how it's phrased or anything like that. If we just capture what were the important findings or conclusions reached by the Supreme Court of Appeal, that should be enough.
Yes. And I have checked them over again, Mr. Chairperson. They coincide.
Yeah, no, that's fine. As I say, unless Mr. Molefe has some important perspective that he wants to highlight in regard to any particular finding.
So, Mr. Molefe, to place matters on record, can I ask you to start looking at your affidavit from paragraph 61 and just indicate what were the important points made by the Supreme Court as you captured in your affidavit? And you don't have to read everything there. You could just say at paragraph 6, this is what they dealt with, this is what they dealt with. But it's then part of the record of the evidence before the Commission, Mr. Molefe. Are you with me at paragraph 61?
I am, Chairperson. The paragraph 61, Chairperson, confirms the statement I made earlier on that Mr. Mtimkulu in July 2011 submitted to Mr. Montana a recommendation in respect of, in which he was asking approval for procurement of 100 locomotives over a period of 6 years. But an RFP was then published in November of the same year. The RFP recommended, was calling for procurement of 88 locomotives. My recollection is that at the end of that process, in the final analysis, only 70 locomotives were ordered.
But for this, and what was the price? Was there going to be a change in price?
The prices would change, and the price changed then from 5 billion rand to 3.4 billion.
When I read the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment, I didn't pick up anything that may have been placed before court that explained how the number of locomotives jumped from 88 to 100. I may have missed it. Do you recall if there was any explanation as to how the number jumped from 88 to 100?
Chairperson, attempting to deal with that question, I must say that my experience as a board were interrogating these matters, we found that no hedging or no correct foreign currency hedging was effected, built into the procurement price. To the extent that it was done, it was, for example, one that put exchange rates of rand to euro at 10 rands 40 cents per euro. By the time this procurement happened, the exchange rate had changed. So the hedging was not protecting PRASA against the escalation. So as the euro became stronger and the rand weaker, the prices went up. And when the price went up, the budget being what it was for 88 locomotives, PRASA could no longer, let me start off, being 400 locomotives, could not afford to pay for 100 locomotives because it would have then meant that it would need to put more money to meet this escalation of the euro. So that is what then caused management to constantly reduce the numbers to try and deal with something that they believe would be manageable.
I may have misunderstood something. I thought you said the RFP had contemplated 88 locomotives, but ultimately what was ordered was 100. And I was asking about that jump, but what you have just told me seems to suggest that 100 may have been contemplated, but because of there having been no hedging, then a lesser number of locomotives had to be obtained.
I think I was mistaken. Let me try and take it in a chronological order
Yes.
To clarify matters.
Yes.
A memorandum for procurement of 100 locomotives is submitted to Mr. Montana by Mr. Mtimkulu in July 2011. He says, let's buy 100 locomotives.
Yes, yes.
However, when the RFP is issued, PRASA says, no, we'll procure 88 locomotives. I have no recollection of any motivation why Mr. Mtimkulu's request for 100 locomotives was not accepted as
yes.
was.
Okay.
Now, so the order is then the RFP envisages 88 locomotives. But because of the passage of time, and at that time, the price tag was 10 euros and 40 cents. But as time lapsed, the euro was escalating, getting stronger, the rand weaker. Even the 88 locomotives could no longer be affordable on the budget that was set aside at that time. So management then reduced the numbers again.
Yes.
I think to a lesser than 88 locomotives.
Yes, okay. Okay, now I understand. I think I may have got the 88 and 100 wrong. From what you say, the 100 came from the memorandum from Mr. Mtimkulu to Mr. Montana. But at the time of the RFP, 88 was the number that was put in the RFP.
That is correct.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, just again, if I could put on my lawyer's hat, one of the points that was made is there wasn't a need analysis for how many exactly were required. So that also, in a sense, tainted the procurement process, because when one procures for that amount of money, one needs to say, well, we need 20, or we need 50, or we need 100. And if you read both the judgment of Justice Francis and Justice Lewis, you will see, Mr. Chairperson, that is part of the theme that emerges, aside from the issue that Ms. Molefe
Yes,
raised.
okay. No, thank you.
Yes, and then, Mr. Molefe, you had finished now with what the specifications were. At paragraph 62, you detail what the SCA said about Mr. Mtimkulu. Could you place that on record?
Yes, Chairperson, the court held, the SCA held that Mr. Mtimkulu had no expertise on the subject that he was given responsibility for. But it also noted that he had been if you like it, just elevated and promoted to that position of chief engineer. And
By whom? By whom?
by Mr. Montana, and the court noted that his rise was meteoric. I don't know good English, but I think it means that very rapid, very fast, and concomitantly. What together with this rise was also the rise in his salary increase.
And as regards his qualifications, what did the SCA say?
The SCA had established, held that he didn't have the qualifications. And it arrived at that conclusion, Chairperson, because in various ways, Mr. Mtimkulu had lied about his qualifications. He claimed that he had a bachelor degree in technical, in engineering, something like that. And he also later argued that he had a PhD, a doctorate from a German university. And in one meeting where I sat with him, he produced a letter because we said, show us the award that you qualify. You have this qualification. And he produced a letter. I said, no. The award of a doctorate is not done in this way. Why is it that this appears to be just a letter that you would just show to people, where we want to see the real award by the university? He did not have that. In the end, of course, it was established that he didn't even have the technical diploma that he said he had.
Now, one of the matters that the SCA deals with in paragraph 7 is...
Well, maybe, Chairperson, I should say that in order for Mr. Mtimkulu to get where he got to, he lied at different times. At one point, he lied to the board and Mr. Montana that a company called DB Schenke in Germany had offered him a job, and he was going to leave the country to go and work in Germany. And Mr. Montana, believing that Mr. Mtimkulu is an asset to PRASA, said, no, don't go. We will pay you what that company was going to pay you. And so that's how he found his way. I just wanted to put that on record as well.
Was there such an offer?
There was. It was a fake letter. The investigations proved that there had never been such an offer. The company that he said made him an offer didn't even know him.
And as regards his qualification, just read the last sentence of paragraph 62 of your affidavit. What did the SCA say about his qualifications?
The SCA categorically says, in fact, he had no qualification at all.
Tell me, did you ever, at any stage at PRASA, get to know whether in his personnel file that PRASA is supposed to have kept, whether there were documents that purported to be degree certificates, diploma certificates that he may have used to mislead whoever appointed him or promoted him to various positions? Or did he just say, I've got this qualification and that was accepted? Is that something you ever got to know?
My recollection is that he produced letters from various institutions. And I think in the case of the Val Technical College, which is here in the south of Gauteng province, he produced what purported to be a diploma. The institution rejected that and said that it was a fake diploma.
Thank you.
Now, in regard to...
Mr. Soni, you must help to keep your eye on time. We need to take the tea adjournment. We normally take it at 11:15. Let's take the tea adjournment. It's now 22 minutes past. We will resume at 22:12. We adjourn.
Could, in the next couple of minutes, just go through there so we can push this compress
Be fast.
just so you know that, see, there are certain things that are Mr. Mkulu, according to the SCA found Mr. Mkulu had no qualifications. What did they say about, and we've dealt with this in your evidence, but what was their finding in regard to the specifications drawn up by Mr. Mkulu?
The first point that the court makes is that Mr. Mtimkulu contravened the procurement policy of PRASA, which means supply chain management process, that he actually used the specifications provided to him by Vosloo. He makes that what PRASA procured to suit what Vosloo required. And Vosloo, as I earlier indicated in my evidence, had in May of 2011 given advice to PRASA on what its requirement should be.
And what did it, sorry.
No, it's okay.
What did it say about Mr. Mkulu's, how Mr. Mkulu determined those specifications? You refer to it in your affidavit when you say the SCA agreed at paragraph 63.
Well, basically, our finding, and it was in our investigations as well, that Mr. Mtimkulu tailored the specifications to be in line with what the company Vosloo required, and it had no relevance to the needs of PRASA. There was no strategic procurement planning. There was no needs analysis, as we said earlier on, but they proceeded then to procure this locomotive to benefit both Sifambo and Vosloo. And clearly, therefore, and that is what the court states, is that the tender process was corrupt.
Now, in regard to Mr. Mkulu's actions, what did Francis J. say regarding his state of mind?
The Honorable Judge concluded that Mr. Mtimkulu conducted himself in a dishonest manner, and that even Sifambo, which is a company that he awarded the tender to, did not deny that conclusion.
And in regard to Mr. Montana's role in this practice of Mr. Mtimkulu, what did the SCA say?
The SCA concluded that Mr. Montana's conduct he was party to the conduct of Mtimkulu.
And as regards the entire process of Sifambo bidding but relying on Vosloo, what did both Francis J. and the SCA find?
The SCA found that Sifambo was actually fronting for Vosloo because all that it had said to PRASA, it could not do. But it is also so, Chairperson, because at the time when the award was granted, they did not even have the subcontractor with their technical partner. They didn't have that. They envisaged technical partner who was to be Vosloo. And I do need to say that in one meeting of myself and directors of PRASA, where Sefambo had come to ask for the board to support and approve, I think, an addendum. There had been, submitting various addenda because things were changing for them, wanting more money and so on. I think this one was the third addendum. I had occasion in that meeting to ask them if at the time of procurement they already had Vosloo as their partner, and they said, no, we wanted first the tender to be awarded, and after that we were going to tailor the subcontract we signed with Vosloo in line with what the award says, the contract that we signed with PRAS. Now, that's putting the cart before the horse, because the award should not have been approved without demonstration of this capacity and the fact that there would have been a subcontractor already with a subcontract concluded. There was no subcontract concluded. That is my addition, Chairperson, on this part. I'm not quoting the judgment.
Yeah. You said a few minutes ago that the Supreme Court of Appeal, I think that's what you said, you might have been talking about the High Court judgment, that they said Mr. Montana was party to Mr. Mtimkulu's conduct. Did I understand that?
That is
correctly?
so.
Yes. Now, you have said, and I remember that it's in the judgment, that the Supreme Court of Appeal did say that Mr. Mtimkulu conducted himself in a dishonest manner. Did you have any understanding whether the Supreme Court of Appeal is saying Mr. Montana was party to Mr. Mtimkulu's conduct, whether it sought to say he was party to the dishonest conduct as well, or it may have simply meant that he was party to certain activities, but not necessarily the dishonest part? So I'm just looking for your own understanding.
I would be careful not to misconstrue the
Yes.
judgment, but I understand that
Yes.
that to the judgment, the statement in the judgment to mean that Mr. Montana acquiesced in the misconduct, corrupt conduct of corrupt conduct of Mr. Mtimkulu. We have tabled a number of things that have happened. There are also some strange things that, and I'm just throwing this in, it has nothing to do with the judgment that Mr. Montana did. Before my board was appointed at PRASA, it had happened that Mr. Montana's contract had expired and had been renewed. Which is one of the things he said to me when we had one-on-one, that, look, I wanted to leave and they persuaded me not to leave, and I agreed to the extension of this contract. That is when he was trying to convince me that I should accept that when his contract ends, he would not stay. But relating to this question, what I want to raise, Chairperson, is that in the course of our investigations, and it is a document I'll submit to the court, we established that similar to the conduct of Mtimkulu, Mr. Montana, when he wanted a rise in salary and extension of his contract, submitted a fake offer of employment. A letter that was given by a company called Gypsum Fertilizers. Our investigations established that that company had
Never made an offer to him.
had not, well, the offer that they were making is the kind of offer of a business that does not exist as a solid business. It's you could call a newly registered company. It didn't even have offices. The registered address was a house in Bedford View. And I think the evidence before the High Court would demonstrate that. So what I'm saying that the dishonesty that is being spoken of is not only about Mtimkulu. You also had these instances where the chief of administrative functions of the business was doing similar things.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, Mr. Molefe, at paragraph 66, you set out what the SCA said about Mr. Montana. Do you read that into the record, please?
Chairperson, the paragraph of the SCA judgment reads in this manner as follows. The SCA, he controlled PRASA and its staff, was obstructive and attempted to cover up his role in various corrupt transactions, including the award of the tender of Swifambo. Of course, the public protector had experienced a similar obstruction in her investigation. We referred to it earlier on in my evidence, and it is detailed also in the public protector's report.
It perhaps would be an ideal opportunity now to look at the public, what you say the public protector's report is, and you deal with that.
Well, before you do that, Mr. Soni, well, maybe allied to the question that I put to Mr. Molefe about his understanding of the Supreme Court of Appeal's judgment in relation to Mr. Montana's conduct in relation with special reference to Mr. Mtimkulu's conduct. I see that the quotation from the judgment in paragraph 66 of Mr. Molefe's affidavit does seem to suggest, and I want to put the question to you because you would have applied your mind maybe better than I have in preparation for this, whether that's your understanding. It seems where there the Supreme Court of Appeal is quoted to have said Mr. Montana controlled PRASA and its staff, was obstructive, and attempted to cover up his role in various corrupt transactions, including the award of the tender to Swifambo. Now, that seems to suggest that he had a role in various corrupt transactions, but he sought to cover that. Is that your understanding?
It is absolutely.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, if I could go back to the question, and maybe I should have seen that,
Yes.
that they are related, that although it didn't expressly say so when it referred to Mr. Montana had a role in Mr. Mtimkulu's contract, the passage that has been read at paragraph 34 makes that quite clear.
Yes, okay.
That's how I understand.
Yes, okay, thank you. you are ready to proceed to the
proceed
public
with
protector's
the
report?
public, because it leads directly
Yes,
into.
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Now, Molefe, yesterday we were talking about,
I'm sorry, is my understanding correct that nobody has ever challenged that report in court?
I was going to come to that, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Montana, in 2015, filed an application to review the Public Protector's report. But it is a matter I want to address through Mr. Molefe,
Yes. Okay.
because that is of utmost significance, and what I will, through Mr. Molefe, point out is, in a sense,
The challenge was not pursued,
well, it is there,
but
5 years later,
yeah,
we have the Public Protector's report, and we know what the Constitutional Court has said
yes,
about the status of her reports.
Yes, yes.
And you file a review application, which PAJA says you must file within 180 days, and 5 years later you don't bring it to fruition. But that's the point I want to make through evidence through Mr. Molefe.
no, that's fine. But what also should be done is somebody should inspect the court file and see what steps have been taken by whom since the launching of the applications, or whether it was simply launched and no further steps were taken, or whether some further steps were taken, but there's been a problem of getting a date which, on my knowledge of the Gauteng division, would be unlikely that somebody who may have been ready to have their date, have done everything they're supposed to do, that they would not have been given a date for 5 years or so. But somebody needs to go and check,
Indeed.
and maybe it would be useful to know what the state of affairs is, whether there are any further steps that Mr. Montana has taken to try and have that review application adjudicated.
Mr. Chairperson, may I just point out, at the end of this, when we make submissions to you at whatever stage, one of the points I will be taking is that the High Court has said that a review is preempted if it's not pursued, well, firstly, if it's not instituted within a reasonable time, and there are at least 2 cases which we will refer to, which says if you haven't prosecuted your review, so you may have instituted it, but you left it lying in court, the review is like an appeal. Then your right to review has been preempted. But that doesn't detract from what you have said.
Yes, because it would just be important to know if there are any steps, there are any legitimate challenges in pursuing it. Because if there are no legitimate challenges in pursuing it and having it set down, then one has got to look at what one makes of that.
Yes. And as regards the status of that, Mr. Chairperson, may I refer to 2 passages from the Public Protector's report, which are not in Mr. Molefe's affidavit, but which are relevant to the issues you have raised, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Molefe, Mr. Chairperson, perhaps for orientation, the Public Protector's report is in bundle C, I think, in your set of files. I've indicated to.
What is it? He will wait for you to give the page, so before he gives it to me.
The page number of the report itself, Mr. Chairperson, is page 20.
I've got page 20.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairperson. It's page 22.
Okay.
Have you got it, Mr. Mr. Molefe?
I've got it, yes.
And may I ask you to look at paragraph Roman 22, and that's just before the first big number on page 22.
Yes. Is it the one saying after careful, after
Yes,
the careful
sorry, it's
examination?
yes, paragraph 21. Sorry, not paragraph 22. So it's XX1. Would you please read that into record, Mr. Molefe?
The paragraph reads as follows, Chairperson. What is encouraging is that both Mr. Montana and the board have welcomed the provisional report, which did not differ vastly from this final report, and committed themselves to implementing the remedial actions once the report is made final. For this, I am grateful, and as such, conduct is in line with the constitutional ideal regarding the relationship between the public protector and organs of state, as envisaged in Section 181 of the Constitution.
Yes.
Section 181 enjoins organs of state to assist and to protect the public protector and other institutions supporting constitutional democracy to ensure their effectiveness, among other things.
May I then also ask you to turn to page 64 and paragraph 3.6.
Is that page 64 at the bottom?
At the bottom, sorry, yes, Mr. Chairperson. If you could read that. If you could read that paragraph into the record, Mr.
Which
Molefe.
paragraph is it?
Paragraph 3.6.
On mine, that should be at page
Should be on page
65 and not 64.
Oh,
I thought you said 64.
It is 64 on mine. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Molefe, is it 64 or 5 with you? Pay paragraph 3.6.
Is it paragraph 3.5?
3.6.
3.6.
Then 3.6 is on page 65 on my,
Yes.
file, in my file.
Yes. So as you refer him to pages, you need to remember
need
that
to confirm, yes.
you are one page behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
So would you read paragraph 3.6 on page 65 of the Public Protector's report into the record, Ms. Molefe?
Mr. Montana's response to the provisional findings was, however, deeply encouraging. He said in part, and we quote, "We confirm that PROSA welcomes the provisional report and the remedial actions recommended by the Public Protector. PROSA views the remedial actions concerned as an essential tool to assist in improving its internal administrative and financial controls. PROSA believes that the remedial actions will in future strengthen its governance framework, operations, and internal controls in ensuring that PROSA is safeguarded against irregular or unlawful conduct within its organization," close quote.
Ms. Molefe, I just place that on record and then ask you to comment on the following. Mr. Montana has filed an application to review the Public Protector's report.
Of course, A lot of people say a litigant files a review application to review. It's the court that reviews. to have the report reviewed and set aside by the court. Yeah. No, but that's just a technical thing.
No, but an important one.
Yes.
I'm just placing on record that to the extent that that review has any substance, the Public Protector's report will have to be considered in the light of the fact that there is that review. You understand?
I do understand, Chairperson. But in the light of what we have read in the Public Protector's report, ascribed to the response of Mr. Montana and the Board of Control, the old Board of Control, because it was not my board that responded. I think Mr. Montana has got a very difficult task because he first have to get what he responded to the Public Protector on out of the way to justify in reviewing it, because he's accepted it. Now it's difficult. I think he's got a difficulty, but maybe, well, lawyers know how to go around those things. But as a lay person, I think he's got a very serious difficulty.
So let's start with the findings that you highlight in your affidavit, and let's start with what you say at paragraph 68.
We're back in the bundle that has Mr. Molefe's affidavit now.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairperson, it's SS6.
Yeah, I've got it in front of me. Okay, we had gone beyond. Yes, okay, all right.
Sorry, Mr.
I think you might need to repeat your question.
Yes. In paragraph 68, you refer to, or you highlight one of the findings made in relation to the tender for two train stations valued at 1.95 billion rand.
I do so, Chairperson, and perhaps to provide a little context. The context is that at a certain point and before 2010, South Africa was awarded the status of hosting the
Soccer World Cup.
There's firstly there was the One Africa World Cup for Africa, and then later the Soccer World Cup that was coming in 2010. And PRASA, being an organization responsible for transporting many ordinary people, became part of that process by it had to improve the stations, do maintenance, and allow for access to those stations by those who would be wanting to attend the World Cup. So therefore this contract was then issued, as I understand it, and the contract entails doing work. We refer to 2 train stations and was later extended to 7 stations. But this is also because it would seem like management, and perhaps Mr. Montana at the head, Mr. Montana himself, that they didn't think that when you have issued a contract, you can't, in the course of execution of that contract, willy-nilly change the scope to put more work, scope of work, and more costs to the contract. And this is what the public protector found.
Do you know who the contractor was in this matter?
The contractor in this matter was Siangena, which the company we referred to earlier on in my evidence.
Mr. Chairperson, may I, for your benefit especially, that appears at 359 of the Public Protector's report, at page 359.
Okay.
All those details set out in paragraph 68.
Okay, thank you.
Then, Mr. Molefe, may I ask you to set out what you say in paragraph 69 of your affidavit, which is SS6, in relation to the way Mr. Montana ran PRASA, or provide her with information.
The public protector found that Mr. Montana had approached her or the institution to say that is finding it difficult to get information from PRASA. With this being a main, I think the approach here is not correct. Let me go to the actual thing. Because I think the prefacing is confusing.
You can read it.
The prefacing is confusing.
Yes.
The public protector says it was difficult to get information from PRASA. With this being the main causal factor for the delay in the finalization of the investigations and the report, the investigations that had started in 2012. The public protector says promises for documents were made, but they were not kept. Requests for assistance from the board also yielded nothing, and I must state here that it was the old board, not the board that I was chairman of. So source documents could not be made available. Now, just an ad-libbing of some kind. The contract of Siangena was continuing at that time. It couldn't be true that PRASA did not know where to find the source document of a contract that is continuing and for which they were continuing to pay. But that's what they said. But the public protector also finds that Mr. Montana boasted that, you see, they went and complained about me. Now they can't produce documents by way of evidence, and request the public protector to find in his favor, because he believes that those accusing him don't have, the accusations were baseless. Now, the company withholds documents which would disprove what the complainants say, if indeed they were wrong, but the company does not release them. And Mr. Montana, according to the public protector, boasts, says, look, I'm innocent, find in my favor.
Sorry, can I just deal with that issue with a few questions? As far as PRASA status in our constitutional dispensation go, what would PRASA be? Would it be a private body, an organ of state?
Earlier on in my affidavit, Chairperson, I stated that PRASA is an organ of state. To that extent, PRASA is obliged to comply with the legal and constitutional framework of South Africa. In the earlier discussion in the course of this evidence, with the public protector, when she expresses her appreciation for Mr. Montana and the board of that time, saying that they welcome the report and the remedial actions required, and that in their view it would assist to improve the governance in the organization. Clearly means that they understood that they needed to support the work of the public protector. They were actually obliged to do so.
Mr. Molefe, before we go on to the next matter raised in your affidavit, may I ask you to please again turn to page 20 of the Public Protector's report now. If it may well be 21 in your copy.
Just mention again for the record the bundle
It's
number.
bundle C.
It's bundle C, but I don't know whether that your own one is also marked bundle C. It should be, but you seemed not to be sure earlier on.
It's not, mine is not, ours has been marked differently, Mr. Chairperson.
Oh, but they need to be marked in the same way so that we are all on the same page. So when you need to tell me and the witness what bundle you are sure that it would be the correct bundle that we have. But it's bundle C on mine. Okay, and you said page 20.
It's either page 20
You are one
or
page
21.
behind,
I'm
isn't it?
one page behind. So it's 20 on mine and
So
probably
to 21
on
with,
yours.
yeah. Okay, it should be 21 with your bundle,
Yes.
Mr. Molefe.
And it's paragraph Roman 18 XV111.
No, that's not on page 21. That is on page 20.
Oh,
On mine. Mr. Molefe, is it on page 20?
Mine is
as well?
also on page 20, yes.
So
Yes.
this is where I was coincide.
Yes, no, but I think it's important that all your bundles, all your documents should be marked, paginated exactly the same
Exactly,
as ours, and they should be marked exactly the same so that we don't have this problem. Okay, all right. Page 20, Roman figure 18. Yes.
You please, so remember you were talking about Mr. Montana boasting that they couldn't produce, the complainants couldn't produce documents. Just like you to read paragraph 18 where the public protector comments on this approach.
The public protector states, I must record that the investigation team and I had immense difficulty piecing together the truth as information had to be clawed out of PRASA management. When information was eventually provided, it came in drips and drabs and was incomplete, despite the fact that the means used to obtain information and documents from PRASA included a subpoena issued in terms of Section 7, subsection 4 of the Public Protector Act. Many of the documents and information requested are still outstanding. Until about 3 weeks before issuing the report, PRASA was still being asked for outstanding documents and information on the contracts and some staff appointments. I must say at this point, Chairperson, that at the time when the Public Protector report was being finalized, I had also, my board of control had also been approached to assist in providing information to the Public Protector, and we actually had a meeting, 2 meetings or so in the offices of the Public Protector. I think the first one was on the 26th of June.
2015.
2015, 26 June 2015. And of course, Mr. Montano was very unhappy that I went to meet with the Public Protector with other directors. We did request, and the minutes of our meetings would record that we asked Mr. Montana to comply with the request of the public protector. At that time, we had also found that the subpoenas issued came through the office of the group chief executive, Mr. Montana, but to the extent that they affected members of his management team, they were not given to them. So he wanted to be the sole person who's not only the custodian, but the controller of what goes out and what doesn't go out.
Then may I ask you to please read paragraph 19, Roman 19, on the same page. It's the very next
Same
paragraph.
page. Yeah. Same page where you were reading the next paragraph. Page 21.
But what are we reading there? I don't have anything different from what I read earlier. Maybe paragraph.
I think,
Paragraph.
Mr. Sonny, are
But
you
what I
drawing?
have here is paragraph 18 on page 20. Maybe I must go
We've
to
read paragraph 18.
But-
Can you now read paragraph 19, please?
on which page?
The next page. Well, on yours and mine seem to be the same. Paragraph 19 would be on page 21.
Mine is on
19 is 19 in terms of Roman figures.
Yes,
It starts with, I must also indicate. Is that right, Mr. Sonny?
that is so.
I must also indicate.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one he would like you to read.
Read that into the record.
I must also indicate that the authenticity of many of the documents submitted by PRASA management as evidence, principally relating to procurement, is doubtful. Many of the memoranda for approval of tenders and related documents submitted by PRASA management were undated, unsigned, and at least in one case, incomplete. Examples in this regard include documents relating to the contracting of Vimsire Security, Arup, and Enlightened Security Services. In some of these cases, had this been an audit, only a disclaimer would be a legitimate audit outcome. Now, Chairperson, I did say that the public protector had expressed concern about the authentication of documents, that they could not authenticate the documents and they were not being assisted by PRASA in a way of authenticating those documents.
Well, you did say a few minutes ago that Mr. Montana sought to control the incoming correspondence and what went out of PRASA to the public protector. And you made the point that to the extent that he needed to have communicated with his management team on some of the matters raised by the public protector or in correspondence, I think you referred to the subpoena. It looks like he did not do so. They were unaware. So I want to ask the question, where the public protector now says the PRASA management was submitting to her office documents whose authenticity was doubtful, and where she says many of the memoranda for approval of tenders and related documents submitted by PRASA management were undated, unsigned, and at least in one case incomplete. Would that mean that although it says PRASA management, in terms of your experience or understanding, are you able to say that actually refers to Mr. Montana because he was controlling correspondence that comes in and that goes out? Or are you not able to say whether that was the position, or whether there were other members of the management team who may have been party to this.
Chairperson, I
You don't know.
reiterate my statement that he was controlling information,
Yes.
that he had not availed the subpoenas to the individuals mentioned.
Yes. Yes.
Because the information from the public protector was channeled through the group CEO's office. It was pretty clear to me when I met with the public protector in June 2015 that, well, we became aware for the first time that there were these subpoenas. But when we went back, the individuals mentioned had never heard anything about the subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
Then, well, may I just ask you, Ms. Molefe, you've now read specifically what the public protector has said about the authenticity of documents, the incompleteness of documents, and so on. Are you surprised that that is how the PRASA management, through Mr. Montana, dealt with the public protector's requests?
I am not surprised, Chairperson. Early on in our engagement as the board of directors, I indicated that in 2014, the November meeting, we were advised that there was a probity report which was to give assurance to the board that procurement was done properly. It had not been there. And I subsequently indicated that the board had requested the contracts which had been concluded before it was appointed. Again, this request was not honored. So I would not be surprised. It was a pattern of behavior of the organization, of the group CEO.
Of course, as I understand the position, here the public protector is complaining that PRASA management, and maybe we should read the group CEO, was not cooperating in furnishing information and documents to the public protector. But you also gave evidence either yesterday or the day before yesterday that your board, soon after it had been appointed, sought or asked Mr. Montana to provide it with various contracts that had been concluded in regard to the modernization program, and that these were never provided. He never provided these to you. So is my understanding correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And earlier you said that it seemed to reflect a pattern. Would that be correct?
That I said so, Chairperson.
Then, if we could carry on with paragraph 69 of your affidavit, Mr. Molefe, you talk about what the public protector found in relation to labor relations at PRASA. What did
I'm sorry, did you move away, Mr. Sonny, from the page that, from our page 21? I don't know where.
Oh, sorry, I'm going now to the affidavit again. Sorry, Mr.
Oh, well,
Mr.
before
Mr.
you
Molefe.
go, you do so, Mr. Molefe, you see the paragraph that comes immediately after the paragraph you read that is now in the public protector's report, page 21. There is the paragraph 19 that you read, starting with, I must also indicate. Can you see that paragraph? Can you see that paragraph?
I do see it.
Yes. The one that comes after that, which is paragraph 20, the public protector says something on which I think you should comment. She says, after unsuccessfully asking the new PRASA board and its chairman to assist, I decided it would be in the public interest to proceed with the report and defer unanswered questions to second report. Now, that may or may not, that unsuccessfully that she uses, may or may not give the reader the impression that your board didn't also cooperate in this regard. But maybe that's not what she means. Are you able to comment on that statement?
Chairperson, reading it, if you not have other facts proving otherwise, yes. It's a conclusion that one could draw.
But you may be able to comment and give context.
But the context is that the board was asked on the 26th of July to assist. The board can only assist through its group chief executive because the board doesn't keep records. And it was clear that the previous board and the chief executive did not cooperate. Even during our time, they did not cooperate. For example, if you, maybe I shouldn't go into the details, but that's what it means. We offered to cooperate, but we could cooperate only to the extent that we can get information.
So therefore, it seems from what you say that it would be fair to say she's correct in saying after unsuccessfully asking the new PRASA board and its chairman to assist, that her attempts to get the board and its chairman to assist, that request was unsuccessful. Those attempts were unsuccessful, even in effect when she had asked the board to assist her. But what you are saying is there was a reason for the board not, and its chairperson not being able to assist. And the reason was that the board did not keep records. It's the management that keeps records, and the group CEO was not assisting the board. Is that right?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
I understand that paragraph to mean that even as I had asked the new board to assist, that effort yielded no results. That's how I understand it. And the results are directly linked to the need for cooperation by the group CEO and his management team.
No, I think the meaning you attach to it is fair, is correct. It's just that in the absence of the report saying anything as to the reason why even the board was not able to assist, and against the background of the lack of cooperation dealt with in previous paragraphs in relation to the group CEO, the reader could get the impression that how even Mr. Molefe's board didn't assist here. But you are giving the reason. You say you as the board were committed to cooperating, but you had to ask management to do certain things, and the group CEO did not play his role, the role that you expected him to play.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Okay. Maybe one should ask, what kind of time or period are we talking about when this was happening? Was it at a time when the group CEO had already given his so-called letter of resignation, actually it was during the period which came after the board asked him to stay on for 6 months.
That is correct.
So he was somebody who was on his way out. I think that's one of the points
He
you
was
made.
on his way out, but he was still in office, in charge.
Yes. But could this be one of the reasons why the board decided that his continued presence in the company wasn't serving the purpose that the board wanted? Or not really?
Whilst we would not have specifically said that about the public protector, but
Yes.
we did say that increasingly
Yes.
the board was finding it difficult to get information from the group CEO. In fact, he was even beginning to give excuses for not being available for board committee meetings. So essentially, behaving in a manner that made committees to some extent dysfunctional, because the memoranda that committees consider have to be approved by the group CEO. So that was the problem that we were beginning to experience. That coupled with other unbecoming behavior, which played itself out on the public domain. I did refer to kind of statements, regular attacks on the board of directors. It was then clear that we needed to ask him to go. So it's a combination of all of those, Chairperson.
Would I be right in saying, while the purpose for which the board wanted him to continue for 6 months was to, or the primary purpose, maybe I should say, was to assist the board to get his replacement, that would have been on the assumption that he continues to perform the duties of Group CEO in the manner expected of him by the board?
That is correct, Chairperson, except for those conditions which I articulated in my evidence yesterday relating to further appointments of employees and awards of contracts, and of course him serving on the boards of subsidiaries.
But basically it must have been, among other things, on the basis that he would continue to cooperate with the board, because in order for the entity to operate properly, there should be cooperation from the Group CEO with the board.
That was at the heart of the decision of the board to allow him to serve the company for another 6 months, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, I perhaps should have dealt with that issue. The problem is I had consulted on that issue, and based on what Mr. Molefe said in evidence, it didn't seem to me to be relevant. But you're absolutely right.
Yes.
Looking at it objectively, that's a matter that should have been pursued, and I apologize.
No, that's fine. It just seems to me that you can only ask a Group CEO to continue for any particular purpose on the basis that he would cooperate with you as the board. If he doesn't cooperate with you, then it doesn't look like there would be much purpose in wanting the board wanting him to continue. So that's why I wanted to get that clarification.
Then, Mr. Molefe, if we go back to your affidavits, that SS 6, paragraph 69, regarding the labor practices, or some of the unfair labor practices, what does the public protector say?
The public protector, Chairperson, notes that, or concludes that Mr. Montana suspended employees without following procedure, and that conduct of habitually suspending employees contravened process disciplinary code and constituted maladministration and improper conduct on the part of the group CEO.
Well, I see that the public protector said there was a conduct on the part of the group CEO of habitually suspending employees, and that might talk to the issue that I raised with you yesterday when I asked whether you recalled what numbers were involved in the suspension and dismissals of employees. You did say many. You couldn't remember the figure. You said many, but if the public protector talks about habitually suspending, it seems to suggest that there was a habit of suspending employees. So it might be consistent with your recollection that it was many.
It is correct, Chairperson, that it is Judge, consistent with the Deputy Judge President, Chief Justice, with what I said in my evidence. I can come this way a little bit and say, in fact, some of these suspensions happened when I was on the board. There was suspension of the then Chief Information Officer, Mr. Chris Mbata, and one of the managers in the legal function of PRASA, Mr. Fani Tingiswayo, and the head of that legal function, Ms. Martha Ngoy. There would have been others that I would immediately not know, but those were the prominent ones who were suspended. And this is a matter we dealt with at the board meeting held in May of 2015, where we demanded that Mr. Montana reverses his decision in the manner in which he had done it, but also recognize that as the group CEO, he has the prerogative to discipline his subordinate. But we insisted that he needed to follow process. Because what he did with some of these individuals, he simply told the security to lock them out, not to allow them to get into the premises of the company. And having locked them out, he then served them with letters of suspension without following any due process. It is then true that, of course, the individuals came back, and I think he did try to suspend them again, but he was the man going out at the time.
Mr. Molefe, the evidence that Ms. Ngoyi and Mr. Dingiswayo will lead, and it's not different from what you say, is that in fact Mr. Montana, at the time you're talking about, had dismissed them. They had approached you, you had approached Mr. Montana. He reversed his decision to dismiss them, but he summarily suspended them again, and that suspension lasted until he left. Is that more or less your recollection?
The facts are correct, but I don't know what those witnesses are saying in the affidavit. Counsel, because I haven't seen, but I accept that you having seen it, it corroborates what I have said.
Then in paragraph 70 of your affidavit, you say there was a culture, well, the PPP found something about the poor information management. What does she say about that? At paragraph 17,
The public protector also noted that there was a culture of information, well, it should be information mismanagement.
I think she says a culture of poor information.
Or poor information management, or hiding of information that could provide evidence of maladministration. And I concur with the findings of the public protector.
Now, just in brief, the public protector prescribed a number of remedial actions which you briefly referred to in paragraph 71. What were the more important remedial actions that she prescribed?
Fundamentally, the public protector chairperson wanted action to be taken in respect of various remedial actions. One of them to restore proper administration within the company, to investigate various contracts which reflected evidence of corruption, to inform National Treasury of the report of the public protector and the findings, and that National Treasury was required to then go further to investigate contracts above 10 million from 2012, and then to take appropriate measures, having done so, in addressing the findings of the public protector. The public protector wanted also the board to deal with the misconduct of functionaries such as Mr. Montana and others.
So, in regard to that issue, so let's just deal with each of them. In regard to the improper conduct of people like Mr. Montana, did the board act on that?
The board, I should say, Chairperson, by the way, if I remember very well, the report of the public protector, when it came out, Mr. Montana had already left.
Yes.
The only way in which the board, well, one of the ways in which the board could then address the concerns of the public protector to the extent that they related to Mr. Montana would have been then to deal with the unlawful contracts and investigate that in detail, and that is then addressed in the applications that we made before the courts. Because he was no longer under our authority, we couldn't discipline him. And with regard to Mr. Mtimkulu, we had initiated disciplinary proceedings. Of course, he then resigned at that point. In respect of the rest of the employees, we secured the assistance, the services of a firm of attorneys, Handlim Kabela, to deal with all labor-related matters arising out of the public protector's report. At the time when I left PRASA, that process was still continuing. And I must say, Chairperson, that we regularly gave the public protector an update report on what we were doing about the remedial actions.
Just for the record, Mr. Molefe, at paragraph 65, you make the point that in 2015, your board took action against Mr. Mtimkulu, but he resigned, just as you've just said. I'm just saying that it is contained in your affidavit.
It is correct, Chairperson.
All right. And then with regard to the National Treasury, the reporting matters to the national, or supporting the National Treasury, did the board participate in that process?
The board did cooperate, Chairperson, but at the time of this report, as I say, the board had already taken steps to deal with issues of corruption. The company Worksmans, a firm of attorney Worksmans, had already been appointed, and they were busy investigating. In order to obviate, to avoid duplication in the investigations, I held a meeting with the Minister of Transport, the Director General in that, or Acting Director General in that department, the Chief Procurement Officer of National Treasury, Mr. Kenneth Brown. At that meeting, we agreed that all the investigations would be coordinated under the board of PRASA, and that National Treasury would be informed about what PRASA was doing. Down the line, of course, because there were very many small contracts, approximately 200 of these contracts. We then agreed to disaggregate them, to separate them from those that PRASA had already started investigating, and let National Treasury would deal with them. But the coordination continued in that regard.
Ms. Molefe, let's get to the next major issue that you raise in your affidavit, namely the attempt of former President Jacob Zuma to intervene in regard to the board's acceptance of Mr. Montana's so-called resignation. Will you explain how that came about, please?
Chairperson,
I wonder, I'm sorry, Mr. Mlefa, I wonder whether we should use the 5 minutes left before lunch, or whether we should start it after lunch.
Yes, and I take your point, Chairperson.
I'm quite happy that we use the 5 minutes, but it seemed to be the kind of topic that you should rather start and take up to finish without interruption, if possible. Is that fine with everybody?
It is fine with the Chairperson.
Okay, let's take the lunch break. It is 5:02, and then we'll resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn. now because you did say you want to mention this before you go into the discussion. Is it not the right time to talk about protocol? Do you think you want to deal with it later?
The matter of protocol I deal with in the topic, but further down.
Okay.
In the
Okay.
topic.
All right. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Molefe. The chairperson is saying, given what happened and your attitude towards protocol, would it not be more appropriate to talk about it now and then we can leave it and we won't talk about it where it appears in your affidavit?
I think
My,
Mr. Molefe,
my counsel used to say, as it pleases my lordship. I will deal with it now.
look, if you know your statement, your affidavit, obviously much more than I know it, and if there is a particular reason why you think it would connect better with the story to deal with that aspect later, that's fine. But I thought you do make the point that you said, if you are inviting me to meet with the president, don't use an unofficial email address, use an official email address. And I thought that's part of insisting on proper communication, which might fit in with the issue of protocol. But if you think, look, maybe the aspect you want to deal with further about protocol fits in better later, that's fine.
I will deal with it now, Chairperson.
Yes.
Later on, if I refer to it, it will be merely for emphasis.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So a few days later, I then receive a message that the president would like to meet with me, this time in Cape Town. This time, the request came from the presidency. I did not continue to insist on anything written.
It was telephonic message?
I think it was telephonic message to
Yes.
my office.
Yes.
Then I then rerouted my flight, my journey to go to Cape Town. The president did not meet me. I waited there forever. At about 5 or so, late afternoon, he said, no, let's meet another time, maybe in Pretoria. I can't meet you today. So I went back, and it was in April.
And the period would have been round about what month? I assume in 2015.
The period was in April. I did say, Chairperson, it was shortly after the meeting that I had with Mr. Montana, because I was still in Nice. I had not yet gone back home.
Okay.
Mr. Molefe, before you go on, did you find it relevant that request for you to meet the president came soon after the meeting with Mr. Montana?
At that time, I didn't really question anything relating to the request. And I thought, well, the president says, come and meet me. But the subsequent events put one in a position of now connecting the dots. Especially because it comes shortly after my meeting with Mr. Mundan, where he had what I call a litany of complaints. And then, of course, later on, as we know, the meeting is held in Pretoria.
The email that had come from Mr. Jeff Hadebe on the basis or through a Gmail email address, had it indicated what it is that the president wanted to meet with you about, or had it not indicated that you took it that it might be PRASA issues?
The email had said that he wants to discuss the affairs of PRASA.
Oh,
just
okay.
the affairs of Prasa.
Yes. And the telephone conversation, message confirmed that, or just said the president wanted to see
The
you?
telephone message confirmed
That it was
this-
Prasa affairs?
it was about Prasa.
Okay, all right.
But we spoke about protocol earlier on. I found it bizarre that although I'm the chairman of the board, reporting to a member of the executive, the cabinet minister appointed by the president, that when he wants to communicate, he circumvent the office of the minister and the minister herself, that it becomes
Another
direct.
minister gets involved also.
The minister is not getting involved in that regard. And it is a matter I raise because in the topic under discussion, at the meeting, at that stage, I didn't even know that Mr. Montano was going to be part of that meeting. I said to the president, Mr. President, could you explain to me what is the nature of protocol that you apply? You have invited me to this meeting. It was a direct invitation to me. And you have invited my minister to the same meeting. Now I report to the minister. Should you not rather have invited the minister and say to the minister, I would like you to come with the chairperson of the board? He got very irate when I said that. He said, why are you asking me that question? Why are you asking me? Well, I have appointed her. I can invite anybody I want to appoint. So I said, well, Mr. President, that's your prerogative. We can leave the subject. Yeah, and it is similar to this one. The one of the Gmail, what is worrisome is that it comes across as something done by a person who, when some difficult issues might arise, might arise as a result of a meeting requested by Gmail, he would say, but the Gmail is not mine. I don't know if that would have been sustainable, but the meeting could easily have ended as an informal affair. Yet the subject for discussion would have been Prasa. And then they could have said, look, this is, it's about us as comrades, which you will see, Chairperson, with regard to the meeting of the 20th of August also. It was convened as, it's called by the president to the guest house of the presidency, but we now talk about the ANC, but we talk about matters that the board of directors has decided upon, and we purport to review the decisions of that board in a meeting that is fundamentally a meeting of the party.
Can I ask you two questions relating to, firstly, the invitation from Mr. Jeff Kadebe? Did you know Mr. Jeff Kadebe prior to that meeting, or prior to the communication to you?
I knew Mr. Jeff Kadebe, Chairperson. I spent a bit of time with him on Robben Island as well, and I served with him on the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress until the conference of Polokwane of 2007. I had been serving with him for about 16 years on the NEC. And I knew him also from many activities of the party. He was made head of policy. in the party. So policy discussions and plans for elections all resorted under him.
Okay.
And former President Jacob Zuma, did you know him?
I know President Jacob Zuma, Chairperson. He too, I served with him on the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress since 1991. Until at the time when we went to the conference of 2007, of course, at that time, he had already been asked to resign. He had been asked by President Mbeki to step aside as the deputy president of the country, but he remained the deputy president of the party because that is an elected position by a party conference, so he could not be removed.
Now, when you said that the invitation from Mr. Kadebe had come via a private Gmail address, I understood you to say that that was worrisome. What worried you? I mean, you knew both of these persons. Why would you be worried that you were being called via a private email?
I was worried that we are ostensibly going to discuss the affairs of a state, an organ of state, which report to another minister, but I'm being invited in a very informal way of a Gmail. And my concern was that this can't be really a proper meeting, and that is why I insisted that a formal invitation be sent. And it should have been easy to send that invitation on a government address, and it was not done.
Of course, there was this difficulty that, as you point out, you are a reportee to the Minister of Transport, and it would be out of protocol for the President to supersede her and make the invitation to you. That's how I understood you to be concerned.
Yes, I'm saying so. But, you know, people sometimes just ignore protocols. But it is something that is not conventional. And I would have expected him to communicate to the minister. But Chairperson, as we go along, I think it is important for us to separate between the meeting of the 20th of August and the meeting of the one that was requested in April, because they follow different methods altogether.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one that you have been talking about was for April.
That is correct.
Yes. Ultimately, it did not happen in April.
It did not happen. I flew to Cape Town, but the meeting didn't happen.
You availed yourself for the Cape Town one, and it did not happen. Is that right?
May the chair please repeat the question?
You availed yourself for
I
a
did
meeting
avail
in
myself,
Cape Town,
Chairperson.
but the meeting did not happen.
Did not happen.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So that meeting didn't take place in April. Did something happen later on to bring about a meeting?
The picture that had happened, the context was that Mr. Montana had said he was leaving. We had released him, and he engaged in all these activities, which resulted in us saying to him, your stay in the company doesn't serve the purpose for which you were asked to stay in the company, so go now. So sense is that we had allowed him to go at that time. And of course, at that point in time, after we had allowed him to go, he had started making public statements saying that if the government requires him to return, is willing to return as the group CEO of PRASA. But the condition for his return must be that the existing board must be dissolved, it must go. He won't work with that board. To this matter. In the interim, I must say that the minister also begins to say, but you did not consult me properly before you released the group CEO. But he resigned, and he said he doesn't want the extension of the contract. So the minister keeps saying that, and they start beginning to say what Mr. Montana was saying. He says, I'm the best person for the job. I'm the GCE. I've been trained in matters of rail and public transportation. I know this job. So the country needs me. So the minister says that, and we say we've taken a decision, and there is now no going back on that decision. It was clear to me that the minister at that point was beginning to get pressures from other quarters to try and get us to review our decision or to get it reversed. She raised a number of issues about starting to talk about the performance of the business, this and that. He asked for a report. It's a substantive report that I wrote on behalf of the board in response to some of the issues that the minister was raising, and that report is available should the chairperson read it.
It would be good to get it, because as I read your affidavit, one of the things that seemed to be quite unexpected for me is that at a certain stage, or before the Minister Tipuo Peters left the portfolio, it seems her attitude towards your board may have changed. I had got the impression for quite some time in your affidavit that she seemed to have been very positive towards your board and supportive, but that from a certain time before she left the portfolio, she seemed to have had a different attitude. I may be misreading your affidavit, but I seem to pick that up.
The assessment is correct, Chairperson. I need to also say, because I think we may well also draw some connection with the ultimate dismissal of the minister herself. I do refer to this matter in my affidavit that there were concerted efforts to discredit the investigators we had appointed. And one of those ways to undermine that was to suggest that they should have been vetted by state security agency, the state security agency. We were going to be the first state-owned company who, when it appoints professionals to provide professional services, they have to be vetted by state security agency. So the president asked the minister to tell me that, to explain whether they were vetted by a state security agency. When the minister came to me, I dismissed it because it was a very strange approach, and I said, as PRASA, we are not a government department where somebody could say we would be privy to classified information of the state, of the cabinet or the government, and to that extent, such classified information would not be safe in the hands of the board or our investigators unless they were vetted. So I killed that argument at that point in time, demonstrating that there have been several appointments of service providers, a range of public institutions, companies, state-owned companies. Not once, to my knowledge, had they been required to be to avail their professionals considered for appointment to be vetted by them. My view was that these professional organizations, they've got their own boards or institutions which make decisions on whether they are worthy of being in that profession. And we left it there. So there was this concern. Now, but I don't want to go into details about that because we want to return to the topic of the former president meeting of August.
Yes. But before we get to that, I just want us to...
Remember to raise your voice.
Sorry.
I think you do move away, so whereas your voice is soft by nature, so okay, try and raise it.
As you please, Chairperson. Mr. Molefe, I just would like us to have attention to the timeline. The question of the investigators obviously comes in after Mr. Montana has left, because that's when they are appointed.
That is correct.
And I just want you to keep this in mind, because I want to ask you questions about it later. It seems to me that you say that the minister, even before your meeting in August with the president, had already asked you, had already suggested that maybe the decision to accept Mr. Montana's parting of ways with you should be revisited. Am I right? That issue between you and the minister came before the meeting with the president?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Now just keep that in mind. So that would be before August 2015.
That is correct.
Right. The investigations come afterwards. Now,
no, the investigations don't come after August 20th. The investigation had started slightly earlier than that, because even at that point in time, the public protector's report was out. And I do indicate the comment that the minister made at that meeting about the fact that the board was investigating.
Yes.
Mr. Montana left, I think you said yesterday, on the 15th of July 2015, is that right?
That is correct.
Yes. So workmen's would have started
shortly after that.
Shortly after that, yeah. But before the meeting of 20
Before the
August.
meeting with the president.
Okay.
Now, later in your affidavit, I just want us to stick to timelines so that we know whether reasons given for certain decisions are proper reasons. When Mr. Montana left, the minister, and soon thereafter, the minister, as I understand your affidavit, didn't raise questions about the appointment of the forensic investigators. Or am I wrong about that?
The council is correct, Chairperson, she did not. In fact, we held meetings with the minister, informing her about what the board was doing. One of those meetings was held at what is now known as the O.R. Tambo International Airport in the VIP lounge in the board there. But several others had taken place between me and the investigators and the minister, because as new things were emerging, we wanted the minister to understand what was emerging from the investigations.
And she had at that stage, she expressed no difficulty with the...
She had
this
no
appointment.
objection to
Yes.
the investigation. I did say also that earlier on in my evidence today, Chairperson, that after the public protector's report came out, in the context in which PRASA had already begun its own investigations, the question arose of how do you then coordinate action related to the remedial actions required by
The implementation of the
the
remedial
implementation
action.
of the
Remedial action.
remedial actions of the public protector. And it is at a meeting with the minister, the director general of the Department of Transport, and the chief procurement officer of National Treasury, Mr. Kenneth Brown, that we then agreed that there needed to be coordination. That coordination would be under the board of PRASA. Sorry.
Okay.
Now, I want to again keep to timelines, Mr. Molefe. A little earlier you said that the president had asked the minister if the investigators had been checked by the state security agency.
I did say so, Chairperson, and that happened before the meeting of the 20th of
Yes.
August.
Before the meeting of the 20th
I
of
think
August?
so. Yeah.
Okay. So that means the question of the investigations was one of the matters that in a sense preceded the meeting of the 20th.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, did the minister tell you that it was the president who had asked if the forensic investigators had been scrutinized?
She did, Chairperson.
Did you find it odd that such an inquiry came from the president, or you didn't know if it was usual or not usual? You just responded.
Certainly, Chairperson, I found it odd because why, when we are just beginning to investigate, that the president should be concerned about the firm of attorneys that is investigating, when in fact such a question never arose about very many other investigations that had happened in respect of affecting public enterprises of government-owned companies.
Now,
State-owned companies, let me put it that way. Yeah.
I understood you to say the minister also raised the issue of the vetting, to the extent that you may have said that. Was that connected with simply her conveying to you what the president had raised, or was she also raising it of her own accord?
I think it was connected with what the president had raised with her, because had it happened out of her own accord, she would have raised it
Much earlier.
much earlier.
Yeah.
As we were implementing the remedial actions of the public protector and the findings, investigating the findings of the Auditor General. She did not raise it. In fact, in the same meeting where she raises it, she says the president wants to know if this firm has been vetted.
Oh, so to the extent that I may have understood you to say the minister raised the issue, it's not a separate occasion. It's the occasion when she said the president has raised this issue.
That is correct.
Okay.
And what was your response to that?
I attempted to respond to that to say that I challenged the basis upon which a firm of professionals investigating on behalf of PRASA outside government department needed to be vetted by state security agency. And I did say that there is no basis, because when you do this vetting of this institution and you get state security agency to do it, one would expect that they are doing it because there is fear that if they don't do it, classified information of the cabinet and the government could go into the hands of people who are not sworn to secrecy or confidentiality.
Mr. Soni, he's giving this answer for the second time. He has given it before.
Yes.
Yes. So I just want to say,
No,
just
I
keep an
understand.
eye on that.
And I had the same difficulty as you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know whether it was the same occasion.
Oh, okay.
Now, what was the minister's reaction to that when you said this? That, look, I'm surprised you're asking, or I'm surprised the president has asked. In other words, did she accept it, or was she resisting your explanation?
Well, I believe that the minister accepted, because she had no argument against what I said. I mean, if she disagreed with me, she would have had to present a rational case for disagreeing with me, and she did not do so.
Now,
I get the impression that in your exchange with the minister, it seemed that she was just conveying what the president had raised. Is that a fair impression?
It is not my intention. It's
Yeah.
no, I don't, well,
don't-
she was conveying what the president
Yes.
said, but also, well, she presented it as
the
her
president.
concern as well. But the
Yes.
meeting was not about that only.
Yes, okay. No, that's fine.
Now, after the attempt, the meeting that didn't take place in April in Cape Town, we now have the meeting in August. How did that meeting now come about?
The meeting in August,
It's now August 20. That's
in
right.
August 20th, is now convened again by the minister in the presidency. This time they informed the minister, and they had told her that they had invited me, because I also get a separate invitation. But the minister came to me to say the president wants to see us at 3 o'clock on the 20th of August at the president's guest house.
And this time too, there was an indication that it was about PRASA.
It was an indication about PRASA, that it was about PRASA.
And just before Mr. Soni has another question, as at that time, how was the relationship between the minister and the board as at that time when she told you about the meeting that had to take place on the 20th?
The relationship at that time between the board and the minister appeared to still be normal.
Yes.
But of course, there was a behavior that was strange, and that behavior comes out when we deal with the appointment, the need to appoint a group CEO.
Okay.
So we start seeing this,
Yes.
what appears to be resistance, but the minister not saying to us, I will not do it. She actually says to me, thank you very much for the work you have done. I have to talk to the president about your intention to appoint the GCE. I'm not going to change anything. I'm going to present as it came from the board of directors.
Okay.
Right, so the meeting is scheduled for 3 o'clock on the 20th. Am I right?
That is correct.
Did the meeting start as scheduled?
The meeting, Chairperson, started 3 hours late. Started at about 6 p.m. Actually, at about that time, I had started saying to the minister, if that is how you are treated in the cabinet, that the president can ask for a meeting with you, and the president makes you wait for more than 2 hours, close on to 3 hours, and he doesn't send an apology about what is happening, why is he keeping you waiting? I'm not too prepared to sit here indefinitely. And of course, that time I had a bit of flu. And I said to the minister, you stay, I'm going to go home now. Of course, it was at that point in time as I was going out that I met with the president in the passage, and I said to him, Mr. President, as you see me, I was actually going home because you asked for a meeting at 3 o'clock, and you're not there, you're not giving us any apology. Of course, before that, I had been advised that Mr. Montana was seen in the premise coming out of one of the rooms with Mr. Roy Moodley, and I think they had been talking to the president before I met him in the passage. What they were discussing, I don't know.
During the time between 3 o'clock to about the time when you saw the president, had you and the minister been informed what the reason for the delay was, like maybe the president was not in the premises or had any meetings? Had you been informed of anything like that?
We were given conflicting information. Said, no, he's flying from Cape Town. And then they would say he has landed, say maybe an hour and a half later or so. But he was not arriving at the meeting that he had requested. And we were not being given an explanation. Why this long delay?
Yes.
Now, you then meet the president and you indicate you were going to be leaving. What was his reaction to that?
His reaction was that, but you know, I told them to tell you that I'm in Cape Town. Yeah, you might have been in Cape Town, and I knew you'd be in Cape Town. But you set up a meeting of 3 o'clock, Mr. President, knowing that you would be in Cape Town on that day. We would have at least expected that somebody should have notified us that you would be late. And then he said, well, now I am here. Let's go back, let's go to the room, let's go and meet.
Where was this meeting again?
The meeting was at the presidential guest house
In Pretoria.
in Pretoria.
Okay.
Now, as I understand your affidavit, 4 people were present at this meeting on the 20th of August. That's you, Minister De Poor Peters, former President Zuma, and Minister Jeff Kadebe. Or were there other people there as well?
Initially, that was what we understood to be the individuals who were going to be participants in that meeting. But of course, later on, it turned out that Mr. Montana, who had been released by the board of directors of PRASA, had also been invited into the meeting. To the meeting, we did not know anything about that. The minister and I did not even know what would be the details of our discussion, save that they wanted to discuss PRASA. Now, there are formal ways in which the reports are given to the minister and or the government, because the board gives quarterly reports about the work of the company and its performance in accordance with the key performance indicators and the key performance areas identified, and that these would have been identified in the board charter, informed, of course, by the mandate of the company also, and the elaborate corporate plan of the company. We would give ad hoc reports if there are things that the minister needs to know about and they happen in between the quarterly report. So this one, we didn't know what its focus was going to be.
So, as I understand now, the 4 of you were there at the commencement of the meeting, and Mr. Montana joined a little later.
That is correct. Mr. Montana joined, but let me say that prior to that meeting, and I want to draw attention to this again, Chairperson, Mr. Montana had started making public statements announcing that he is willing to return to serve PRASA if the minister required him to do so, or the minister and the board required him to do so. He walked away. We had tried to persuade him to stay. Now suddenly he says he wants to return. And in public, on a public platform, he wants to return conditional upon him serving under a different board of directors. And at that time, the environment was also containing lots of other campaigns by groupings. I refer to a person called Stephen Sangwen, who was mobilizing. He called himself, he was running he said he was the president of a thing called Commuters Association. But of course, you can't say who is a member of that organization, but he says he was the president and was being given money for that, and was mobilizing unemployed youth in the township. And of course, they said it's good because he can use them to protect the train, to patrol the railway tracks, and so on. That so-called commuter association would then issue public statements saying that they want Mr. Montana to return, that if he doesn't return, we should know that there will be no stability. Of course, in preceding meetings between Mr. Sangweni and one of my directors, Ms. Matlala, because I could not attend that meeting, he openly said that if you don't bring Mr. Montana back, your trains are going to burn. Well, we made no big deal of that. But I'm saying this to demonstrate how the environment was polluted already. And then you had, of course, the Satau of Mr. Zenzo Mahlangu also issuing public statements in that regard.
Now, I wanted to ask you this earlier. You have said from time to time that at a certain stage, Mr. Montana began to issue public statements, in some of which, as I understood your evidence, but you must correct me if I'm wrong, he seemed to attack the board and to attack you. I want to find out whether that began before the board asked him to leave on the 15th of July, or that happened after he had left, after the 15th of July.
It began before the board asked him to leave. That is before the 15th of July, Chairperson. And in fact, I must say that in one of the publications, there was a very extensive article, I think that was in the Financial Mail, which kind of article the Financial Mail would not publish unless it was paid for. Several pages, which we asked Mr. Montana to explain, and he confirmed that he said the things that were being said in that article.
And this article was published before the 15th of July.
It was before the 15th of July. Because after July, we had no relationship with Mr. Montana, really. Okay. We would have no basis to hold him accountable to process.
Yes. So, but did these attacks by him in the media on the board and the various statements, did they occur between the 31st of March? Did they start between the 31st of March and the 15th and maybe continued beyond? Or did they start even before the 31st of March when his contract expired?
They did not start before the 31st of March, Chairperson. They started after that.
And did they continue before?
They continued, I mean, in the latter period, they
became more
manifested themselves in social media, Twitters and Facebook and so on, but it was continuing.
Okay.
Just again, Mr. Montana's letter to you is dated the 15th of March, as I understand it, telling you that he's going to leave at the end of March, but would serve a 6-month period of notice.
Well, I would imagine it's the 15th of March because I am not looking at it now, but I know it was in March. It was before the 31st.
I'm trying to get to something, Mr. Molefe. You accept on the 1st of April, that's your letter to Mr. Montana.
That is correct.
That we accept, and the 6-month period is conditional on our not finding somebody as a replacement for you. That's what your letter to him of the 1st of April says.
That is correct.
Now, I'm just taking up a theme raised by the chairperson as to the time when this started, the recriminations by Mr. Montana against you and the board. Did it start soon after you accepted his resignation?
That is correct, Chairperson. It started soon after that, and soon after we had imposed those restrictions on him, and after we asked him to withdraw as the chairperson of the boards of subsidiaries.
Coming back now to the meeting, when you heard that Mr. Montana and Mr. Moodley had left the meeting room, what was your reaction to that?
Well, Chairperson, I was surprised that they would have had the opportunity to meet with the president and given preference to the minister and the chairman of the board of PRASA, and him actually having no standing in PRASA anymore because he had left.
Of course, I take it that you thought along those lines only because you took it that the discussion that the president might have had with them related to PRASA.
That is true, Chairman,
Yes,
and I would not have known anything about it, and I don't know much about what
they
would have been discussed.
Yes. Okay.
But of course, the further implication, whether it registered with you or not, was that the former president, had in fact delayed meeting you while he was in fact meeting the CEO of the board together with a contractor.
That is so, Chairperson, but that at that point in time, it was not a big issue for discussion, but it was a concern that continued to register in my mind. And it became even more so when the president, after we had had a discussion, the Minister of Transport, Minister in the presidency, and I had had a discussion with him, he suddenly said, I have invited that boy, Lucky, to join us. So it was just something that was sprung on us. We didn't, and as he was saying, so he asked the minister in the presidency to call him. I did say, Chairperson, preceding that part of the meeting, and when there were just four of us without Mr. Montana, I asked the president to explain to me the kind of protocol that he was using, he used in convening that meeting. And I've also already explained what is the answer that I got from the president.
Now, before the president said, I have invited, he said, I invited that boy. Was that how he put it?
That is correct.
That's how he put it.
That is so.
Meaning Mr. Montana.
That is correct.
Before he said that, tell me about the discussion that happened between yourself, the Minister Tipuo Peters, and the President, and the Minister and the Presidency. Is there anything of significance you want to tell me about what happened?
We did not have any discussion, save me raising this question of protocol. We didn't have a discussion. It meant
yes,
this discussion substantively. We're going to start when Mr. Montana is in the meeting.
Okay.
Now, in your affidavit, you mention a reference to a document called PRASA in Turmoil.
I do say.
And was there a discussion about the document?
Or you mean before Mr. Montana came in?
Before Mr. Montana came in.
Okay.
There was a discussion on the document, but I think it actually happened when Mr. Montana was there already.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So very little took place before Mr. Montana was called in.
Very little, yes, Chairperson.
And when Mr. Montana came in, what happened then?
Then the meeting really, that's when the meeting really started.
When the meeting started, the purpose for the meeting was explained by Minister Jeff Radebe. He said that he had been, he starts off really by attempting to paint a picture about what character I am. He starts off by saying that I tried to get Comrade Popo Molefe to come and meet with the president. I told him that the president wanted him, and I sent my secretary to say so to his secretary, and his secretary told my secretary that he is on leave playing golf in Neisner, and that he wouldn't come back. I did say, of course, that I'm on leave, and I wouldn't break my leave now. Because, nobody tells me that there'll be a train smash if the meeting doesn't happen during my leave. So, and also, I've already indicated the unconventional manner in which the meeting was being convened. So he starts that, but basically saying, look, here's this guy. He's merely the chairman of the board of control of PRASA. When I tell him that the president, the head of state, wants him, he doesn't take my comments serious. So I just ignored that. I wanted to wait to hear if the president was going to say anything about it, and he did not. Having said that, he then said that he had attempted to have a discussion with me and Mr. Montana and the Minister of Transport.
This is now the president or Minister Radebe saying that?
Is Minister Radebe saying.
Okay.
He is talking about what they had been discussing elsewhere. He says, no, we had a meeting of the National Executive Committee, and at that meeting, I had hoped to ask to get Minister Dipuo Peters to get chairman of the board and Comrade Popo and Lucky to come and meet with us because we were concerned about the public spat, what was going on in the media. So he went on like that, and then the Minister of Transport, of course, says, well, yeah, you attempted that, but I told you, Mr. Radebe, me being Minister Dipuo Peters, that you should rein in Mr. Montana. Tell him to stop making public statements which are bringing PRASA into disrepute. And I asked you, because you are close to him, he worked under you. Of course, at that point, Mr. Radebe said, no, Mr. Montana is not close to me. The person who's closer to me than Mr. Montana who's close to me is Comrade Popo Molefe. I went with him to Botswana. We were there and with the president of Botswana and other people. It was nice. I was with him in jail. So he says all of that in response to what the minister had had asked him. Maybe I should let counsel lead me.
What happened then insofar as the purpose of the meeting, namely to get you and Mr. Montana closer together. That's what I understand the purpose of the meeting was.
Well, maybe before even that, the Minister of Transport stated that Mr. Montana had resigned and the board had accepted that. It's not like it's an issue now that he should accept that the board has made its decision and that it was important for him to avoid personalizing these matters.
Now, just to go back,
Before we, and then of course the president also repeated what Mr. Jeff Khadebe said. So he said he had on a state visit to the People's Republic of China, and he got reports that two members of his party were having a public spat about each other, and that is a matter that concerned him, and that members of the National Executive Committee also were worried about it, and that is why he has asked us to meet.
now, just taking Minister Dipuo Peters' reaction, she says, but look, Mr. Montana should accept that he resigned and the board accepted his resignation. That's how she put it. But that's inconsistent with what she had said to you a few weeks earlier, where she had said, but look, you should have, before accepting the resignation, you should have discussed it with me.
I don't dispute that. It is inconsistent. But of course, in the meeting, she did also say that she was informed after the fact, after the board had decided. So
Distancing herself from the decision.
that is correct. So that was the position. But at that point, I think also there was another matter. Council referred to a document called PRASA in Turmoil.
Yes, before you talk about it, if you intend talking about it, I'm not sure whether I follow the proposition that what Minister Dipuo Peters said at the meeting is inconsistent with her earlier attitude. As I see it, it's possible that it's inconsistent, but it's possible that it's not inconsistent. Because as I understand your evidence, she made statements suggesting that she thought you should have consulted her before accepting the resignation in quotes of Mr. Montana. But it may be that once Mr. Montana had left, she was at peace with the fact that, rightly or wrongly, he was gone. And if that is the position, it may be that, therefore, her saying at the meeting of 20 August, Mr. Montana must accept that he is gone, maybe is not inconsistent, but it might be inconsistent with the earlier attitude, which may have suggested that she might have wished to be consulted before. I just want to make sure
the latter is
what we're talking about.
What I was talking about.
Yes.
It is inconsistent
With the initial
initial position, because this time now she seemed to have accepted the decision of the board. And of course, we had already at that time had discussions. I've had discussions with the minister about it, and the minister was very clear that the board was not about to reverse its decision.
Yes, okay.
So she knew that that was the case. And of course, we had written a detailed report to her, setting out responding to a number of questions she had asked in her letter to the board.
Okay.
So at that meeting, I think she had accepted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you obviously welcomed her intervention at that level, where this was now a fait accompli, and both Prasa and Mr. Montana must move in their separate ways.
That is correct, Chairperson.
What was the president's attitude, former President Zuma's attitude to all of this?
The thread of discussion that the president took in that meeting, thread, I mean THREAD, was
Not
that...
T. Not T.
Not a T, not a T. Was along the lines of what Mr. Montana had been saying in his public statements, that he's available if the minister wants him back and the board wants him, he is willing to come back. But of course, he was also contradicting himself, because he wanted to make the condition of his return the fact that this board that he did not like should not be there. So the president says this young man is very experienced, is knowledgeable on rolling stock and rail matters. He's got the skills that the country needs. And in my view, he should not be lost to the country. Some solution should be found to allow him to continue to ply out his skills, to use his skills in this important organization that is serving the best interest of commuters in our country.
And what was the solution he was suggesting?
The solution he was suggesting was that the decision be reviewed.
And what was that decision that he was suggesting should be reviewed?
That the board had accepted that, released Mr. Montana, so you now change it to say, come back, Mr. Montana. So the board should then rescind its decision. But this is a meeting of the ANC, which means I must now go and say to the board of directors, I was in a meeting of my party. My party says that the decision that the board of control of PRASA took in releasing Mr. Montana should be reviewed. Now, this is an untenable position. There's no way in which one can justify that, because there should be a distinct separation of roles and powers between the party, the state, and in this instance, the state being represented by its organ called PRASA.
And how did you respond when when former President Zuma made that suggestion?
Your voice again, Mr. Somya.
Sorry.
Raise it. Yeah.
Yes. How did you respond when former President Zuma said the board should consider rescinding its decision?
My response to the President, Chairperson, was that I cannot make a commitment in a private meeting about a matter that was decided by the Board of Control. I did not understand what the President's problem was, even after I had listened to him. And I said to him, Mr. Montana did not have a lifetime contract. He had a contract for a limited period. That period arrived, he said he did not want an extension. The board agrees with him and persuade him to work with it. He begins campaigns against the board, and his campaigns were no longer serving the purpose for which the board wanted him to stay. Therefore, Mr. President, I can agree with you, but I am happy to convene a board meeting so that you can address the board and explain to them what is your problem with the decision that the board has taken. Of course, I must say that this is really towards the tail end of the meeting. We have not yet dealt with what Mr. Montana did in the meeting.
Yes, well, I want to hear
Yeah.
a lot about the discussion,
Yeah.
because I think that meeting and the discussion may be very important. And from your affidavit, I know that the meeting took quite long, because I think you say it ended at 2 a.m. So there must be a lot that was discussed about PRASA affairs. So if you can tell me more, and Mr. Soni can indicate areas of interest.
From my side, I've already covered a lot that I needed to cover. And
Yes.
my attitude in that meeting was that I was not going to follow all frills mentioned in speeches and so on. I was more interested in what is the decision of the board, what was the basis for that decision, and that the board I can't change the decision of the board. And I did so advisedly, Chairperson, because Mr. Montana had already threatened to take the board to court to challenge its decision. So in that meeting, I said, I'm dealing only with the fact that the man's contract has expired. We asked him to stay on. He agreed. He started working against the purpose for which he was being asked to stay. And we had to release him. And that for me was the most important thing. And every other thing that he says he's going to challenge, we will wait for that. And I did say in the meeting, I'm not going to respond to the many things that Mr. Montana said. I will respond when we go to court on those matters.
Now,
Yes, sir. No.
you say that you would respond to the many things that Mr. Montana said. Are you saying at the meeting?
The things he said at the meeting, well, in and outside that meeting, in public domain.
Yes.
Maybe we should come back quickly and talk
Yes.
about Mr. Montana. I will not be able to deal with the details of what he said. Safe to say that what became apparent to the Minister of Transport and I and me was that whereas we did not know the objective of the meeting and details what we was going to be dealing with, except that it is a discussion about PRASA, Mr. Montana appeared to have been thoroughly briefed and had prepared a long report for that meeting, which to me, it appeared he had discussed it with the minister in the presidency and the president, and they wanted him to present that report in our meeting with the president. It was a very long report, and it is this one that I refer to as PRASA in turmoil, which was preceded by a provision, a section of the management report to the board of directors held during the month of May, when those many demonstrations were taking place at the headquarters of BRASA. But the meeting was elsewhere at a hotel called Nicol. But it's a hotel on William Nicol. Yeah. Yeah. So
Now-
it was there. Now, Mr. Montana was allowed to speak. He spoke for a very long time. A very long time.
Are you able to estimate? No,
We
said
left the meeting at
2
2
a.m.
o'clock in the morning.
Having started at around 6 p.m. the previous day.
It started at
Previous
around
evening.
6 the previous day in the evening. The lion's share of that time was that of Mr. Montana. Minister Dipuo Peters said quite a number of things as well. But the essence of the presentation of Mr. Montana was that he's working with a board of directors that does not have a good relationship with him. It sometimes convenes meetings without, the in-committee meetings of non-executive directors without involving him. That the chairman of the board, half the time when he convenes the meeting, he doesn't plan the agenda properly with the group CEO. I don't know how, because he would present reports to the meeting, but he says he doesn't have enough engagement before that in fact, the board should not choose a date that he did not approve or sanction. And by the way, Chairperson, the board had the year plan, our meetings are planned when it is going to meet. But because of the crisis at PRASA, there were many other meetings which took place which were not scheduled meetings. And we took a view that the meeting of the board could not be postponed because one person is not coming, even if that person is the group CEO. We would rather not discuss what he would have presented in his absence, but we would discuss everything else that needed to be discussed. So that's the tenor he took, and then he stated that it was very clear from the beginning that this board of directors, which is a board of people who know nothing about rail, was appointed without consulting him. He was not asked to give his opinion on, and that it is a board that it is clear was appointed to get rid of him. Then he also says that the minister actually appears to have had a different mandate for the board. That it was clear from the beginning that the minister, when she insisted on bringing this chairperson of the board, she actually must have given him instructions to get rid of him. Then he systematically laid complaints about other directors. The chair or the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, the discussions of the FCIP, and Mr. Steenkamp, who was chairing, I think that committee was called SHEC, SHEC, Security, Safety, Health, Health and Quality committee of the board. So it was a very long document. Yesterday, Council said that a request have been made to Mr. Montana to submit that document. To me, Chairperson, when the discussion unfolded, it meant nothing to me except that there is an attempt to use what Mr. Montana was saying and the demonstrations that happened against the board at PRASA to justify bringing him back to say, in fact, it is the employees of PRASA who are demanding that their group CEO must come. In fact, that was said in the meeting during the discussion. So I'm saying if I appear to have not followed every accusation that was there, that was not fundamental to the role of the board and its decision. It is a problem that the minister in the presidency, the president himself who wanted to consider these matters, and the minister of transport needed to form a view of what they say should happen about it.
Did anybody in the meeting ever explain, or maybe let me start with this. Did you understand as you participated in that meeting what the basis was for the minister in the presidency to be part of that meeting, since the Minister of Transport was there?
One could not question that the presence of the minister in the presidency. At the time, the minister in the presidency was responsible for performance monitoring and evaluation of the government. And by extension, you could say there are certain state-owned companies which fall under various departments. Therefore, my job requires that I also seek to understand and have concern if there appear to be problems in a state-owned company. So I didn't find it strange.
So your understanding was that it was not inconsistent with his portfolio?
Yes, Chairperson, I didn't consider it inconsistent, but what I found inconsistent is the fact that I go into a meeting where a participant that we were not advised that would be part of the meeting. The minister knew I was coming. I knew she was going to the meeting. The only participant we did not know was coming was Mr. Montana. And he comes in there with the detailed report. Not even the minister was asked to prepare a report for the meeting.
Yes.
So that was what was strange, and that having been preceded by the demonstrations, my meeting with Mr. Montana in Knysna, where many of the issues, complaints he raised in his detailed presentation to the meeting called by the presidency were similar or the same. And also, of course, at that point in time, I was also aware that as we were working on disciplining members of staff who, when some people from outside came to demonstrate at the headquarters of the company, opened the doors and gates for them to get into the building, and they themselves spend hours on end not working without permission, and we insisted that there should be consequence management for those people. The consequence management during which once the individuals had been advised that they would be disciplined, some of them begging not to be fired began to confess, at least I've been advised of one, that she is sorry. They participated in these demonstrations. They were encouraged by the minister in the presidency because he said that Mr. Montana was coming back, which is something similar to what we had previously, that certain managers were told, you better find yourself on the right side when that moment comes. And these individuals participated. So there is this background or backdrop to this meeting, and which therefore explains why Mr. Montana was allowed to give this long report to the president, even in preference to the minister who's directly accounting to the president, even though we're told, of course, we are meeting as members of the African National Congress, but at least we should have been given the opportunity also to know what was expected of us. That did not happen.
Well, you have said earlier on that this was like a party meeting, and you have just made reference to that now. Was it said that that was not an official meeting in the sense of the state, organs of state and ministers, or what was the position?
That is correct, Chairperson. It was made clear that
It was made clear.
The president convened this meeting.
Yes. As president of the party.
President of the party, concerned about members of the party
Yes.
engaging in public sport.
Okay. But effectively, the discussion was one that was meant to be effected by an organ of state.
That is correct, Chairperson. I mean, if it's a party discussion, it should be talking about what is the role of the branches of the party, regional committees, the provincial structures. It should be saying, let's put this on the agenda. But I don't know how anybody would have taken a matter of a state organ and said, now it is going to be discussed and be resolved on a party platform. It was bizarre.
Would it not, whether it's right or wrong, let's leave it that for now, would it not be taken by somebody who believes that the center of power is the party?
Well, it's probable that that is what they believed, but I was on the National Executive Committee for a long time, and I was the secretary of what was called the Governance and Legislatures Committee, subcommittee of the National Executive Committee. The chairperson of that committee was Dr. Freni Jinwala. And in the discussions that committee put all the time in the ANC National Executive Committee was the emphasis on the separation of powers, separation of the party and the state, and separation of the executive arm of government and the legislature, as well as the judiciary. So we're very clear on those matters. But of course, I think after the Polokwane conference, things started being conflated. I would imagine that the role of the Governance and Legislature Subcommittee of the NEC also diminished. And we continue to see that also in public statements that are being made even now by leading members of the party.
Then going back to the meeting, just another question before Mr. Soni continues. You have said that what was sought by Mr. Montana and the former president. I don't know whether also by the minister and the president, but at least the former president and Mr. Montana seemed to be that the board should review its decision, by which I suspect what was meant is change its decision.
That is correct.
Now, are you quite clear that the decision that they wanted the board to change was the board's decision to accept Mr. Montana's decision not to seek an extension of his contract, as opposed to the decision of the board in July to say to Mr. Montana, sorry, you'll have to step down because your continued stay doesn't serve the purpose for which we wanted you to stay?
I think there's a a connection between the two, Chairperson. What I understood to have been wanted by the President was firstly that rescind the decision that he should go. Secondly, consider giving him a contract, another contract, maybe 5 years contract. That is the best person to run this organization. This organization cannot afford to lose him. Of course, this discussion was also preceded by a statement made by Mr. Montana in the same meeting that he had written to the minister advising that should she want him to return, I think he probably wrote to the board as well, that he was willing to return to take over as the group CEO of the company. So the president says the man might have decided to go, but he's now willing to come back. He's the most skilled person in this field. The country and the company needs him.
Did anybody in the meeting, I guess it could only have been either you or Minister Tipo Peters, did anybody in the meeting say, hang on, what are we talking about really here? Because he made the decision, that is Mr. Montana, that he's not interested in an extension of his contract. So where does this thing come from now that if the minister wants him, he's prepared to come back? Who has prompted that? Why is he saying that? He made this decision, so where does it come from? To say, if you need me, I'm prepared to come back. Did anybody ask that question?
I did raise it, maybe the latter part not as emphatic as the chairperson is raising it, but I did say, what are we doing here? I mean, the man's contract expires. He says, I don't want an extension. He says, but I'm willing to help you for 6 months. The board agrees. So what is, and the man is not preordained to be the group CEO. The man was given a limited contract and is going. So, and it was at that point what I said, when I said to the president, I did not understand what is your problem. Maybe you will say that I may not be wise enough to understand you, but I'm happy that I convene a board meeting. Maybe the other directors will understand your problem. So come and address us. So that's what I said. But I am aware, Chairperson, at that point in time, that there were a lot of other people who were lobbying Mr. Montana to say that he wants to return. naturally his departure would have presented a difficult problem to those who benefited through his presence as a major decision maker at the administrative level. Because at that time, we're now going to dealing with the Oceangena, Siaya, Swifambo contracts, and several others. So if he is there, he can continue to play the role of frustrating our effort to get deeper into these matters, make it impossible for us to access information in order to prove our case. So that's really what I understood it to be.
Was the president at the time aware of Mr. Montana's attack on the board in the media? That is what had prompted the meeting, actually, if I understood you correctly.
Chairperson, the president was aware. There's a matter I did not include in my affidavit, but in the light of the deep questioning that the president, the chairperson is raising, I need to bring it on board now. After a long time with Mr. Montana attacking the board of directors, and we having started, the board having started the investigations, I and of course in my discussion with the then Treasurer General of the party, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, I agreed. He suggested that I should address the leadership of the party. So we then convened a meeting for me to talk to the top six of the party. My recollection is that the only person who was not in that meeting was the Speaker of Parliament, who in a capacity as the chairperson of the party was in the top six. I addressed that meeting, not talking about what is happening in Prasa and so on, simply to say, you are the ruling party. This country and the state-owned companies are governed in terms of the laws of this country. And those laws have either been adopted from the past, maybe adapted to the new situation, and several of them were laws which were made by our party, this party. So fundamentally, you as the ruling party, you are the custodians of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, but you are also the custodians of all the laws which are used to govern either state companies and so on. The key provisions that govern, which you have responsibility to ensure, have to happen in respect of Prasa is that there is a Public Finance Management Act, there is the South African Transport Services Act of, I think it was 2009 Act. So I said to them, I am not here to ask you to do anything for me as a person. But I'm here to tell you that all of you, you approved my appointment as the chair of the board, in a sense, you deployed me on the board of control of PRASA. And I'm running that organization on behalf of the country. The board of directors was appointed by the government of the governing party. It's subjected to sustained attack by Mr. Montana, but none of you has raised a voice to say, why are you attacking an institution that we are using to advance the economic and development, social development objectives of the government and the country? I said, you are not doing that. So I am here, therefore, to tell you today that although I have been quiet for a long time, I am now going to begin to act. And when I act, I will be applying the legal instruments that you have armed me with to run that company, the Public Finance Management Act. One of those is the critical issue of fiduciary responsibilities, the requirement for us to manage prudently the finances of the country and to deal with corruption in the company. So that is what I'm going to be doing. I remember them saying, and the current president was also in that meeting. He says, hey, you know, we were not expecting this. We're going to have another meeting. Hey, you haven't given us enough time to think about this. And I said, no, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just making you aware so that when things happen out there, at least you have been forewarned about these matters. So the president was in that meeting, chairperson, he knew about this. And that meeting happened before the meeting of the 20th of August. And I do state in my affidavit that apart from that meeting of the 20th of August, I didn't have any other meeting with the president until today.
How long before the meeting of the 20th of August was your meeting with the top six?
I wouldn't really be able to place time on that, but it was when Mr. Montana had started attacking the board of directors. It could be that he was still in PRASA, but I can't really establish that. But the reality is that what I'm able to establish is that in response to the question of the chairperson, that the president knew.
And knew quite well. And knew quite well.
And he knew quite.
You had told them.
I had told them in that meeting.
Just to follow up to the earlier question, Mr. Molefe. At your meeting with the top six, as I understand it, they were suggesting they want to consider it and perhaps come back to you, or you come back to them. Or am I wrong that was the only possible meeting that was going to be on the cards?
They were saying that we haven't, you haven't given us enough time to think about what you are saying. Well, implied in that statement is that they would want time at some point to think about it. But that was not what I was asking for. I was informing them that there are these things happening. You are the custodians of the laws of the country. You are the governing party. You are doing nothing because you wanted to allow space to see if the campaigns of Mr. Montana would lead to the defeat of the board, the collapse of the board. And that is not happening.
Before this meeting of the 20th of August 2015, did the top six call you back or informally raise this matter with you again?
They never called me to any meeting.
And how did that meeting between yourself and the top six, which must have been the top five on that day,
Top five.
how did it end?
One was absent.
Yeah, one was absent. How did it end?
Well, it ended with the deputy president saying, "Hey, we have to go to another meeting of the working committee. We are not able to comment on what you have said because we have not had time to think about it." But I was not asking for comment. I was stating a fact that
You're informing them.
informing them
Yeah.
that things are going to happen, and they will happen pursuant to protection of the interest of the company and the country.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Soni. I'm glad you decided to tell me that part, Mr. Molefe. You know, different members of our society in this country can make all kinds of beautiful statements about how much they are opposed to corruption and how much they abhor corruption and how much they are opposed to state capture and how much they abhor it and how much they don't want it to happen again. But if people are not prepared to tell the truth about what they know, all efforts to curb corruption are not going to bear fruit. We need, as a country, to face the reality and tell one another certain truths and admit where we have not done the right things. Because, as you probably know, that I've been saying people should really come forward. I mean, state capture will happen again in this country if we find that it has happened and we are not able to make recommendations that will make sure that if implemented, it never happens again. It will happen again if we don't come out and say and speak certain truths, even if certain people might not be happy with those truths. Because one of the issues we have got to look at is what did various institutions, what did various functionaries of the state, what did various bodies, what did various individuals of influence know about state capture and at what stage, and about the levels of corruption in the country, and what were they prepared to do about it for the country, And we various people take the oath to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. And if you ask me, to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa means if the interests of the Republic of South Africa seem to clash with somebody else's interests, those of the Republic prevail. We sent a letter as the Commission to various political parties recently who are represented in Parliament and asked them to make their own contributions, which includes whether over the years Parliament had adequate oversight mechanisms to perform its oversight functions effectively. And hopefully we'll get some information and so on. But part of what one is trying to see is, how did we come to be where we are? Did certain various bodies play their part properly, including Parliament? And if they didn't play it properly, had they played it properly, could some of the things have been avoided? And could we have not reached the point where we are? So I just mentioned this because I just think that what you have told me is very important. You don't need to say anything in response, but I just thought I would say this. But I'm not preventing you from saying something if you want to, but I don't want you to feel obliged to say anything.
No, thank you, Chairperson, but I believe in the values that the Chairperson has articulated, the values that requires that to the extent that the interest of the country are in conflict with our own personal interests, that we would subordinate our personal or party interest to the interests of the country.
The country, yes.
That is a value that I hold dear.
Yes.
And that is a value for which I would continue to fight for, and I'm not prepared to compromise my integrity, my reputation, simply to endear myself to the party. But Chairperson, not everybody can do that. There are many young people, young professionals who begin to work, they get married, start a family, they buy a home, pay a huge bond, and they pay expensive car, children in private school. They are put in the positions, and certain individuals in high places in the party make them believe that the extent to which they could have upward mobility, whether where they are or in the broader society, is dependent on them pleasing those occupying position of influence and decision making, either in the state-owned companies or in the party. I would say, and I'm saying it here, that I think the party that I belong to is failing the country and has failed the country over several years. That we had values which inspired and sustained us and caused me as a young person to join the struggle for freedom, to sacrifice, to go in and out of jail, to be even in the last treason trial in the apartheid government, which would have meant that had the judge decided to impose the ultimate penalty, I would have been hanged, I would have died, unless I was saved by the negotiations that then came shortly after that. But the party being so strong and having enjoyed so much goodwill from ordinary and poor people of this land has failed them. And it pains me because I know how, as a young man, I've had to go into communities and talk to ordinary people about why it was important for them to become part of the struggle for freedom. It was not an easy job. We would build organizations. A few months later, they are dead, but we kept on going back to the people until finally, by the 80s, the mid-80s, the movement for liberation had permeated every corner of our country. And the current ruling governing party became a household name, and the system of apartheid collapsed under the pressure of the resistance of ordinary people in various communities. And that huge prices, the ultimate price was paid by many of those ordinary people, either through assassination or all forms of murder which happened to our people. So it pains me, Chairperson, to sit where I'm sitting and see what is happening. I recall one time I was almost like an isolated individual, and I refer to part of that where I say, from a hero of the liberation struggle, I became this individual who was now being isolated. Because I could not, none of these influential people in my party could raise a voice and say, he is doing the right thing. We support what you are doing. You others who are doing what is wrong, stop it. They were not prepared to that. I did an extensive interview, and I was very angry, Chairperson, when I did that interview. I did that interview with the Mail and Guardian. And that article would say that in the governing party, there's a lot of riffraff of individuals who believe that PRASA is their farm, that PRASA is a place where they just want to come and harvest. They don't see it as a vehicle that has to empower and improve the lives of the poor people. I made that interview. It was a long interview. To the credit of my party, they did not try to attack me. They kept quiet. And they did so because they knew I was informing them about the terrible things that we were uncovering as we were investigating. But probably some of them were benefiting from the balance that other people use is largesse. They were getting funding, also this illicit funding from the coffers of the party, be they for conferences or what. When I came into PRASA, Chairperson, I found that the GCO of PRASA could be instructed, look, the party has got a big rally and anniversary, give us trains, give us buses. And I said, no, Minister, we can't do these things. You can't. This is a state-owned company. If you want to use its assets, you got to pay for using those assets. I don't mind if PRASA gives you preferential rates, but ask them to give you a quote to tell you how much it would cost for them to transport people to an event of the ruling party. We stopped that thing. And obviously, I wouldn't have endeared myself to a lot of people who began to feel that I'm becoming disloyal to the party, but I'm loyal to the country.
But, you know, it's just very important, because if there are more and more people who don't draw that line between party and state, and if there are more and more influential people in the party who think that they can just pick up the phone and phone a CEO of a parastatal, of a state-owned entity, and say the party needs ABCD now, or needs ABCD, and that must be done, then it creates serious problems. It creates serious problems. So obviously what the country needs are people who are going to be in government departments, state-owned entities, in boards, who will be firm to do the right thing. And in many cases, if we had the right number of people who would do the right thing and be firm, maybe we wouldn't be where we are in many respects in terms of levels of corruption, because I think everybody accepts that we have levels of corruption that are really totally unacceptable. So I really appreciate what you have said, and it's very important. There are certain things that if we don't change, we must forget about making this country better. We must just forget. There are certain things that must change. Thank you, Mr. Soni. I appreciate that we have, but this is important, what we have been talking about, extremely important. But before we leave that meeting, can I ask whether you shared with the top 5, top 6 at that meeting also what some of the things that may have emanated from the public protector's interim report, because I think the final report might not have been out at that time.
I did, Chairperson,
You did.
to say that there are these malfeasance, corruption identified by the public protector, which is bad for the company and the country, which we needed to deal with. But also to say that on the other side as well, we are seeing things that require that as a board we exercise our fiduciary duty in the best interest of the company and the country. They were aware of that, and it was in that context that I was saying to them, we're going to act. And if you look at the time period, Chairperson, maybe in relation to the question that was raised by Council, it would have been then after the release of the public protector's report. But by that time, I was already aware of some of the critical issues identified in the interim report.
Yes. But also you confirmed that after that meeting, nobody from the top 6 ever came back to you to say, with regard to what you told us on that day, we would like to do something about this.
Nothing came. Nobody came back to me, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Chairperson, there are a number of issues I want to deal with. I take a caution you placed earlier. I say it is about 7 minutes past 4, but I wonder if I can ask for a bit of indulgence. They're not going to be long, but our mindset might well be different if I came to it at a different time.
Yes. Well, I can sit longer, but also I would be concerned. I want to know Mr. Mlefe's situation, because he may have been justified to think we would have finished much earlier today, and we didn't finish. One, there are 2 possibilities. Do you have in mind that if we stay a little longer, we would finish with his evidence, or do you think that he might still need to come back?
He definitely has to come back.
He has to come back.
Those are the matters you raised about oversight.
Yes.
And his affidavit deals quite in detail.
Yes. Mr. Mlefe, in terms of your own life, coming back like Monday, I'm assuming, I don't know whether that's what you have in mind.
If Mr. Molefe is available, it would be perhaps the appropriate time to...
How is your situation
I do have a difficulty, Chairperson, with Monday.
with Monday? Okay.
I have
Yes.
a critical board strategy meeting,
Yes.
which must approve
Yes.
a document that is required in terms of the statutory provisions, and it has to be with the minister
Yes. No, that's
shortly
fine.
after that
No, that's
meeting.
fine.
On Tuesday, I was
Yes.
going to have an appointment outside Gauteng
Yes, yes.
with my orthopedic. I've had a
Yes.
knee
Yes.
surgery,
Okay,
Chairperson. But the appointment with the orthopedic I can postpone, which means I had already paid for my air tickets and so on to
No,
travel.
no, no.
I can cancel
I
that
think
and
you
come
must
on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yes.
Otherwise, the whole week, next week, I would not be available if I don't cancel that appointment.
So next week, the best you can do is to be available on Tuesday, but that would entail canceling the appointment with.
That is correct.
Yes, and you said probably that's out of Gauteng.
Out of Gauteng.
Yes. Look, I think that we can make a plan for another day without needing you to cancel any appointment. So I think we can accept that next week is going to be difficult for you. Another date must be arranged for on another week, no, not next week. Then that's fine. That's fine. But let's look at how much time do you think you
About
need for us?
20 minutes.
About 20 minutes. Would that be fine with you, Mr. Molefe? 20 minutes.
That would be fine with me,
Yeah,
Chairperson.
but maybe let's take a short break and then come back. If that's fine. Say about 5 minutes, really. We adjourn.
Sit here.
amounts of money.
I would not have given the account of every amount, but I would have given examples of them. For example, this 1.9 billion rand in the Public Protector's report was there. And the approximately 4 billion rand relating to the Braamfontein depot modernization, because already that had arisen by November 2014 and February of 2015. Those figures, we were aware of them, and I would have mentioned, not conclusively with regard to every other figure, because the investigations by Worksmen were still continuing.
And you would obviously have told him about the Swifambo contract, which at that stage was marked at about 3.5 billion.
I did, Chairperson, because by that time, the chairman of a company called Swifambo concerned that as things unravel, he was going to lose everything that he worked hard for. And he was saying, I don't want to lose everything because of Swifambo. Swifambo was just invited into it recently. He then disclosed to us the monies that they were paying to individuals who purported to be collecting the monies on behalf of the ruling party. By that time, that was known, and I think, let me not say I think, by the time I agreed with the Treasurer General of the party about addressing the top six, he was aware of what was emerging and related to Swifambo and Siangena, and other things pertaining to Prodigy and Strawberry Works, because those were already emerging at that time. Of course, one of the reasons I met with him was to say, hey, comrade, you are the Treasurer General of the party. These people are saying they were collecting money for the party. Do you know them? Because initially he didn't know them, so that was really, it's normal to do so, to establish the fact. Of course, his response was that, his initial response was that he did not know them, and he didn't receive any money from them.
You say initial. Finally?
Well, the later on, there's a problem of English. One needs to be careful when talking to the lawyers.
English is not our language.
Later on, for example, he did admit that he knew some of the people. He didn't say he got money from them. For example, a lady called Maria Gomez, who would feature probably in the court applications or maybe evidence by other witnesses, from Angola.
Yes.
Well, he said that is a family friend.
Yes, I think I've read in some statements.
And then with regard to Mr. Moodley, he says you might not know him, but he's a comrade, supports
the party.
The party and so on. He didn't say he gave us money.
Yes, he said he supports the party.
Yeah, supports the party. And I said, hey man, I've been in this movement for many years. Nowhere did I come across him, even when I was working in what is today called KwaZulu-Natal, when I worked in Durban, all those townships, Lamontville, KwaMashu, Claremont, all of those places. I never came across him, but to see if you say he is, I don't expect to have known everybody. All I can say is that he would not have been prominent. That time.
Yes, yes. Now, going now back to the meeting of the top 5, top 6, is there room for any member of the top 6 who attended that meeting when you addressed them? Is there room for any member of the top 6 who attended that meeting to say, Mr. Molefe didn't give us the impression that there was a very serious situation of corruption and maladministration involved in PRASA that the board was trying to fight against or investigate. Would there be room for anybody to say that?
Chairperson, obviously that's what might go on in the mind of an individual, and it wouldn't necessarily be true. Well, I suppose he can want to say that, but it's not going to help, because if you say, at the time when he spoke to us, we're not aware that this corruption was so bad, they can't say the same about the subsequent months.
Yes.
They can't.
Yes.
So that's the problem they would have.
But what you can say is, based on what you told them, there should be nobody who can say that.
There should be nobody who can say that.
Yes, okay.
Because the application of the public finance management and our duty to observe the constitution of the country and other related legislation were predicated upon the malfeasance that I was saying is coming out of our investigations at PRASA and the findings of the public protector. So they can't say they knew nothing. They would then have to explain to me in what context did I say I was going to act and apply the public finance management.
What was prompting you?
They would have a difficulty in saying that.
No. Again, when you talk about the state-owned entities, we all read what we read about the state of PRASA at the moment, and one is bound to look back, and when one hears about things that were happening during the years when you were chairperson of the board and the things that may have happened before your time, one is bound to say, could it be that if so and so and so and so and so and so had given support and done the right thing, could it be that this could have been avoided? Maybe PRASA would be in a better position today.
My answer is in the affirmative, Chairperson. And I must also say that must be a difficult witness for this council.
No, he appreciates.
Well, because I know I was giving this difficulty to Mr. Pretorius as well.
Yes.
I wrote to leaders of my party. Firstly, I wrote to the deputy president just before I left the office as chairperson of PRASA. I identified the critical challenges which were facing that company. And I asked him and the government to intervene to get things back on track. One of the issues I raised was that here it is now, The board has been made dysfunctional. Individuals in the board were lobbied to resign. Some of them resigned. The Minister of Transport is holding back his nominee on the board because for him it's important that the board should not have a quorum. The representative of National Treasury resigned, and in all fairness, in my statement, it is not clear what was the cause of his resignation, but in fairness to him, he did not resign because he was being lobbied. He resigned because he ceased to be an employee of National Treasury. Now having resigned, he could not represent National Treasury on the board of PRASA. But it meant that a replacement could be found easily because you just nominated and one of the senior employees to the board. But it was not in the interest of the new minister then to make sure that there's a quorum and the board can function fully. Because the board would have functioned notwithstanding the fact that a few individuals had resigned having been persuaded, because others refused to resign. Despite the offers which were made to them that, look, we'll give you another position, man, you will not be prejudiced by resigning from this one. They stayed on. So had the minister discharged her constitutional duty as an executive authority responsible for oversight on PRASA, the board would have continued to operate. But he didn't do so. So I said to the deputy president, you've got to make sure that there's a proper board. We've got to get the group CEO for the company because that too was being frustrated. So there are a number of critical issues that I had raised. So nobody can say they were not aware of problems.
Do you have a copy of the letter that you say you sent to the then Deputy President?
I think I found it, but what I found was an unsigned copy. I can't find the signed one.
But you would know if it basically in substance, the copy reflects what?
No, the substance is the same.
Yeah. No, that would be.
I can't get it from PRASA.
If we can get that, that would be important.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes. But maybe for the sake of completeness, did you get a response to that letter?
No acknowledgement. They literally.
Nothing.
The many letters I wrote, whether to Parliament or to the Portfolio Committee, to SCOPA, I received no response.
Yes. Well, I know that in your affidavit you do talk about the letter that you said you sent to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, and you didn't get a response, and then you also sent a letter to the then Speaker of Parliament, Ms. Balega Mbete, and you say you didn't get a response. What I can't remember is whether you do attach copies of those letters, because if you don't, but if you can find them, it would be important.
The letters I can find, but council can indicate how much of that he's got.
No, that's, as long as they are here, it's fine.
They are annexed.
Okay, no, that's all right. Thank you.
Just finally, from my side, Ms. Molefe, at the meeting with the top six, did you indicate who the individual beneficiaries were? And you will recall that throughout the week, two names have cropped up all the time, namely Mr. Roy Mudley and Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda. Did you identify those people to the top six, well, the meeting of the top six?
No, I did not do so, Chairperson. And Neither would I have had the motivation to do so, because we're busy with the investigation. If the matters are going to result in litigation, you don't start talking about them until you reach that point. So I did not. And I don't think I made a mistake by not mentioning them.
No. I was just for the sake of completeness as to what they knew.
Yes.
Now, in relation to the meeting of the 20th of August, you say it was described as a party meeting, meaning obviously an ANC meeting. Who described it as that?
It was described as meeting of comrades of the ANC by the president of the ANC, who at that time was also the president of the Republic of South Africa.
So at that meeting, it was quite clear that this is, at whatever level, not a meeting of organs of state or matters of an official nature. It was a party meeting relating to an organ of state.
It is so, Chairperson, because it was not official. If it was the elements of the state, if the organ of state were official, the minister would have had to submit a report or would have had to ask me to submit a report.
I wonder why it may have been decided that it should be seen as a party meeting, apart from the fact that, as you indicated, certain concerns had been expressed at some meeting of the party, from what you have said. Because as far as having that meeting as an official meeting of organs of state, if that was what was wanted, it could have happened because all the relevant functionaries were there, in terms of the chairperson of the board was there, the Minister of Transport to whom the board reported was there, the president of the country was there, and then the other one was the minister in the presidency. But that's something you might not be able to answer.
I wouldn't know why,
Yes.
but all I can say is that there would probably be no other reason, safe to say, that those who convened the meeting did not want to leave evidence elsewhere by a way of record, because if it was an official meeting, I would have had to go and report to my board of directors as the board of directors, and it would have been minuted, and I probably would have had to write a proper report to them. So if people don't want that to leave any evidence, so they would not want it to be an official state meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to be much longer, Mr. Chairperson, but these are issues which are central to a distinction that Mr. Molefe made, and I'll just raise it with him. One of the issues you raised, Mr. Molefe, was the distinction between the state, for example, PRASA as an organ of state, and the party which governed the state. That's a distinction you made earlier in your evidence.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, when Mr. Montana complained that he had not been consulted before the board had been appointed, what was the reaction of Minister Dipuo Peters, the President, and Minister Kadebe?
There was no response from the President and Mr. Kadebe, but Minister Dipuo Peters said, but you are an employee of the company. you can't demand that the appointment, you should be involved in the appointment of the board. So you don't have that right. Minister Peters did make that point.
Actually, I'm glad that Mr. Son, you have gone back to it because I wanted to ask, I wanted to say, did Mr. Montana really say that even in that meeting that he was not consulted before your board was appointed? Because it seemed to me maybe it might be the kind of thing that somebody would say outside of a meeting involving the people that he thinks should have consulted him, because it's some kind of criticism. And those would be the minister, maybe the president as well. So I was quite surprised that you said even in that meeting, he complained that he had not been consulted before your board was appointed.
He complained in that meeting, Chairperson, and that is precisely the reason why the minister responded to that complaint in the meeting. Otherwise, there would not have been any other platform to respond to that.
Yes, but she was the only one who...
She is the only one who spoke about it.
Okay.
And in response to what she said, what was the reaction of former President Zuma and Minister Khadebe?
My recollection is that they said nothing about that specific point.
Yes. Did Mr. Montana respond to that or not, or did he leave it at that?
Yeah, I think he left it there. He was happy with that detailed report that he had given, because he expressed his views extensively in that thing.
Now, you said earlier on that he took the lion's share of the time of that meeting in presenting his report, if I understood you correctly. Are you able to say maybe he must have spoken for more than an hour presenting his report, or you are not sure, but what your impression is that most of the time it took quite some time?
Chairperson, it was far more than an hour. It was
far more than an hour.
2 hours as well. It was a long presentation.
Yes.
I spoke very little in that meeting. So did Minister Jeff Khadebe.
Yes.
And the president, probably the only other person who
took some time,
spoke, but was not prepared for the meeting because he didn't know what to expect, was Minister Dipuo Peters.
Yes.
Who would have spoken about the meetings he had with me, with Mr. Montana, her concern about the relationships, and so on, Because I think we did have a meeting early in July or in June between me and Mr. Montana at the residence of the minister.
So I don't want to forget this part. Before you came to the meeting, you only knew that the meeting was going to be about PRASA affairs. Nothing more specific.
Nothing more, because
once
no
you
agenda
got there, as you left the meeting, what was your impression of what the purpose of the meeting was? Having been there for hours and having heard who spoke and so on, were you able to say, okay, I think the real purpose of this meeting was A?
My impression when I left the meeting was the real purpose of the meeting was to get Mr. Montana back as the group chief executive officer of the company. And I think the president was being used, hopefully, to intimidate me, because if you have the title of the president, then, it's very difficult for people to say no. So I think what
That was the
might-
purpose as
yeah.
far as you
Yes.
were concerned. Yeah.
We can express our suspicions about who was behind it,
Yes.
but it doesn't help if you
Yes.
can't corroborate.
Yes, yes. But, yeah, okay, thank you.
The second issue I want to raise about that meeting, about what Mr. Montana said, is he alleged at the meeting that Minister Dipuo Peters was trying to get rid of him. Now, that's quite a serious charge against a sitting minister in the presence of the president. Let me ask you, what was her reaction to that, Minister Dipuo Peters?
I think Minister Dipuo Peters took umbrage to that allegation and pointed to the fact that that matter was a matter taken by the board, and the fact that decision taken by the board, and the fact that she appointed this board had nothing to do with any agenda to remove the group CEO. I suppose Mr. Montana probably would have needed to say to the minister, you actually told me previously that you don't want me. So the decision that this board has taken actually was eventuating the objective that you had when you spoke to me. But he didn't say so. Basically say, you know, the manner in which you appointed this board and you brought in this chairman of the board, I must say on a public domain as well. He said, together with those, Mr. Montana, that I am the chairman who fires group CEOs. I had fired the group CEO of Petro, the CEO of Petro SA. I had fired the CEO of the Armaments Corporation of South Africa, AMSCO. So, and he says, well, there is this pattern, and wherever this person goes, he destroys state-owned companies, and he's intent on destroying PRASA.
But he didn't say that at this meeting.
No, he didn't say it in that meeting on the
But it was
public
in the
domain.
public domain.
In the media.
Now, what was the president's reaction to Mr. Montana's allegation about Minister Dipuo's motive?
The president kept quiet. You would have expected him to say, look, as a member of my cabinet, if indeed he did that, somebody should have reported through the proper channels the plans of the minister. But he didn't say anything. I think the objective of the meeting and of the president and the minister and the presidency was, look, we hope that this meeting will convince the chairman of the board to rescind through whatever mechanisms the decision that his board has taken, and to some extent to put the minister under pressure to say it is the desire of the president that you reverse the decision of the board. But the minister didn't want to go that route. It would have been a very ugly scene, because there was no way in which the board of directors would meet and allow a minister outside the board of directors to reverse its decision.
Now, you have already said, and you do say in your affidavit, but you have said also in your oral evidence that that meeting ended at about 2 a.m. the following morning. Now, and you said it had started at around 6 or 6 p.m. the previous day, on the 20th. So it started on the 20th, went on to the 21st.
The 21st.
Now, from 6 p.m. on the 20th to 2 a.m. on the 21st, that
It's
must be
8
about
hours.
8 hours. Now, if you are right in saying that, in your analysis, that the purpose of that meeting was to get you to be convinced that Mr. Montana must be allowed back at PRASA, it seems that then those who were attending were prepared to stay for quite a long time to try and achieve that.
They were prepared to stay for that long.
And during the process, everybody had to listen to a former CEO of the entity.
That is correct.
To speak for, did you say about 2 hours?
More like giving a keynote address.
Yes.
I'm going to end on this note, Mr. Chairperson. If this was a meeting, an official meeting where decisions would have to be rational and so on, and a decision was taken that Mr. Montana should be reappointed, in law, there may have been good grounds for review. But let me accept for a moment that this was a decision among comrades. What I'm failing to understand is this, that Mr. Montana says he doesn't want to work with the board. But the purpose of the meeting is he must come back and work for the board. I mean, even a party, if a party made a decision like that, most people would regard it as irrational. Would you agree with me?
That is correct, but how many irrational decisions have been made by people in high positions? The latest of that was a minister waking up because people in the party say fire the board, and she fires the board and she gets into trouble. So it would have been an irrational decision. But it doesn't follow, Chairperson, that those in that meeting would not have done so. In the first instance, it was irrational to even begin to want to discuss the matter in the manner in which it had been discussed. One would have expected that what would happen is that even if it was a discussion about the party, members of the party, the president would have called the minister and articulated what his concerns and fears were, and he would have called me to talk to me, and in both instances attempt to get how we are reacting to what he is saying, even before you take it to another forum. But that was not done. I think it is like this meeting was like school kids, learners being called to the office of the principal for the principal to read the Riot Act to them using the office, the status of that office, to get them to review their decision. So I'm saying that even the manner in which the meeting was called was irrational. It was irrational to have Mr. Montana preparing a long presentation, which nobody was warned about, which in a meeting where nobody else was told that they needed to give any presentation. That in itself is irrational, Chairperson.
I was not suggesting that it didn't happen. What I'm trying to suggest is, and I'm going to put this to you, one must question the bona fides of those taking that decision. Do you agree with me? Because if it's not in the interest of the party, how can
That is so. That is so, Chairperson.
Well, I take it that Minister Hadebe would not have been at the meeting of the top 6, top 5 that you addressed because he was not part of the top 6.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And therefore, he would not have known what you told the top 6 on that occasion. But the then president was aware what you had told the top 6 because this meeting of the 20th August happened after the meeting that you addressed of the top 6. Is that right?
It is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay.
But I need to say, Chairperson, that he was not privy
Yes.
to the discussion of the top 6. Doesn't put him in any disadvantaged
Yes.
position.
Yes. Tell me more about that.
Because he is in a cabinet, he works with the Minister of Transport. The Minister of Transport reports regularly to the President and to the economic cluster on which Mr. Hadebe was sitting. So, and by the way, Chairperson, the issues about PRASA were very prominent in the media from the time when the complaints were given to the public protector and the interim report issued and so on. And they remain prominent, and government would have taken interest in those matters.
So you think that he probably knew enough? You say he must have known enough to be able to say, but we should not be trying to get the board to change its decision.
Firstly, as a minister, he should know that one does not do that. He had been the Minister of Public Enterprises, so exercising oversight on many state-owned companies. So he can't claim ignorance on issues of governance and the relationship between state-owned companies and different ministries.
Okay.
I have no further questions at this stage, Mr. Chairperson.
Well, shouldn't Mr. Molefe tell us the end of that meeting so that next time he deals with other things?
Yes.
Shouldn't we just finalize how that meeting ended?
As you please, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Molefe, we now know what the purpose of the meeting was and so on. But how did the meeting, what was the formal outcome at the meeting? Or the outcome if there wasn't a formal outcome?
There was no formal outcome, Chairperson. After I challenged the President to come and address the Board of Directors, the Board of Control of PRASA, to explain why he had a difficulty accepting the decision of the Board of Control. And having said that, I would not change the decision of the Board of Directors as a result of a private meeting of comrades outside government and the board itself. The President was tired, so he fell asleep. And that the meeting just ended abruptly like that. There was nobody to summarize because the person who had called the meeting now had fallen asleep.
Okay. Is there anything else in regard to the meeting that you want to, that you think you haven't touched upon that you want to highlight, so that when next time you come back, Mr. Soni can move on to something else?
Chairperson saved the conclusion that what was quite apparent in that meeting and what was a matter of great concern was that the head of the state, the president of the Republic of South Africa, and the president of the governing party, which is the custodians of all the instruments of governance, including the Constitution, was now directly attempting to interfering with matters of the board of directors of PRASA. That was really of great concern.
Yes, no, thank you. I had said earlier on you should make notes in case there are other things that you might wish to mention which council might not have asked, but because you will come back, maybe you want to deal with those when we come back, but if you want to deal with some now, I give you the opportunity.
Chairperson, I would rather elect to,
Yes, to do it next time.
sleep over the matter,
Yeah,
and if there
okay.
are issues,
Yes,
then I can
okay.
come back on.
No, I just wanted to keep my promise to you because I had made that undertaking. Mr. Soni, I think that if at all possible, there should not be, we shouldn't allow a long time to lapse before Mr. Molefe comes back, subject to everyone's situation. Maybe we could look at the week after next and find a day, preferably not, maybe not a Monday, but that is if you can explore one of the dates with Mr. Molefe, but also we might not need him for a day. No. It might be, I don't know what your estimate is, an hour or 2 hours. I don't
About
know.
2 hours, Mr.
About 2 hours. So it's sometimes easier to accommodate a short time than a whole day.
No.
So at this stage, Mr. Molefe, you don't know how your situation might be during that week. You don't have to commit yourself. I just want to know whether...
On reflection, Chairperson, I think if I keep my 2 commitments, then I can appear here on, I don't know what the day it would be, on the Wednesday of next week.
Wednesday next week.
I'll cancel other
As long as
I
you are
just want to
comfortable,
see my
your
orthopedic and
situation.
then come back.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think that should be fine with us.
Mr. Chairperson, we will formalize with Mr. Molefe what it is, and we will obviously accommodate him at whatever time on Wednesday that suits him.
Okay, no, that's fine. So I'm happy as long as it's something that is not too inconvenient to you. I'm very conscious of the fact that I think last time you may have spent 2 or 3 days in the commission. This time you have spent 3 days already. So we do need to give you some accommodation in terms of dates. The commission has taken a lot of your time.
I was telling council that it is not a big deal to me because I had to give evidence in the Delmas treason trial for the whole month. And I say whole month meaning all 4 weeks, appearing every day, cross-examined for 3 weeks by senior counsel. Evidence in chief for a week.
Yes.
So
really,
I know these things can happen.
So this is really not much compared to that, and of course that was hostile atmosphere, I guess.
That is true.
Yes. Okay. But thank you very much for having come to give evidence once again, and that you have been able to stay for a little longer beyond 4 o'clock because we wanted to finish a certain section of your evidence. We are going to adjourn, and then on Monday, Mr. Soni, will it be Mr. Ahmad?
No, Mr. Chairperson, it will be Ms. Ngoyi.
Miss Ngoyi,
Yes.
yeah, from PRASA. We'll continue
Yes.
with PRASA. Okay, no, that's right. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for the day, and on Monday we will start at normal time, 10 o'clock. We adjourn.
All right.